Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here, and especially for coming to Unam. I think for many of you this is your first time. And so welcome everyone to the Candela-Isler-Müther International Symposium. We have some very distinguished guests this morning. We have Matthias Ludwig from the Müther Group, Rainer Schutzstecher from Isler Group from ETH Zurich, Juan Ignacio del Cueto, the Candela Group, and coordinator of our CIAO Center in Unam, and our Dean, Marcos Nassari, who will now give some introductory remarks.
Everybody understands me? Yes. Yes. Okay. No, I will speak in English. Good morning to everybody. It's a great honor and a big pleasure to be here today at Unam in Mexico City. And thank you very much for having our international symposium here, to host our international symposium here at Unam. And thank you for that. Thank you very much. And I have to thank you also, for giving us 2 days of very interesting excursions to Felix Candela buildings. And I think both groups, the Isler Group and the Müther Group, enjoyed it very much so far. And we had big surprises and we climbed shelves, and it was really fantastic so far. So I'm looking really to 2 more days on conversations and talks. And maybe I can say some words also why we are here and why we started this symposium. And then I have to start at a point of Müther, of the Müther archive, and the reason why we are doing this project is that 2006 we gained the estate of Ulrich Müther onto the University of Wismar, and then we started actually to organize the archive of Ulrich Müther new and registered all the drawings and all the models and all the stuff we got from him. Ulrich Müther died 2007. And the University of Wismar has no archive, so we are the only archive, the Müther archive is the only archive we have in the moment there. So actually we started by scratch doing and reorganizing the Müther archive. So we applied for sponsorship, for support money to make this also, and we had to look also for partners running this project. And then we thought, what could be possible, what could be involved into our research project, and then of course, if you think of other shell builders around the world, the first name which is coming up is Felix Candela, of course, and then lots of other names are coming up as well. But we looked at Heinz Isler also, and this has a specific relation also because Ulrich Müther was focused on Felix Candela and Heinz Isler also very much. And then we started to look for a cooperation, and we contacted for that, and we came also to Germany a while ago, and saw a couple of Müther buildings, and then the idea grew that we are going to have an international symposium here in Mexico City, and then we met Rainer Schutzstecher from the ETH Zurich with the Isler Group. And we also agreed that we are going to have this international symposiums. And then we made up the plan, and now we are all here. And I'm quite happy about that, to have all the people here in Mexico. I'm looking forward to have very interesting papers and have an interesting discussion about all the 3 master shell builders.
Yeah, I can just first of all join in with thanking Matthias already. It's really a pleasure to be here, and it's a great opportunity to see all the buildings and to get in contact and into discussion with all the other researchers on shell buildings, Candela-Isler-Müther. And again, Dino, thank you very much for organizing, for investing all the efforts into building up that really interesting program. And we had yesterday and the day before yesterday, we had already the opportunity to see various buildings of Candela, and we will continue that on Thursday. So it's really an impressive program for that. Thanks again for that. And yeah, I can probably just summarize a bit from the other perspective. Matthias already said some words from the Wismar perspective and the Zurich perspective. It's quite comparable because we, in 2011, the ETH archive of ETH Zurich was lucky to get as well the personal as the personal posthumous papers of Heinz Isler, as well as the papers of the office, so that we have the entire estate of Heinz Isler at the ETH Zurich. And we were applying for a research project at the Swiss National Science Foundation, the SNF. And we were lucky to be successful with the application. And during that process, we also were looking for project partners, and that's now the vice versa. We found Matthias Ludwig and the Müther archive in Wismar, which we contacted, and we met in spring this year, I think it was, in Zurich. And then the idea came on the table to have a three-part symposium, which we all agreed immediately on, because I think it's a very rare and very good opportunity to come to discussion with experts from around the world. So the idea of this symposium is like this starts here in Mexico City, which is really a pleasure. Then we will continue this next year in the Wismar region, and then we will invite you to Zurich the year after next year, which is 2020 then already, but every year we'll have different perspectives on different buildings, always including the buildings into the discussion, which is really important, and important to see them not only by photograph, but really visit them as we could experience the last days. And I'm really looking forward to the exchange in the coming days and to the exchange during the coming years. So, thank you again for inviting us.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos los invitados de Alemania, Suiza, Inglaterra, Maricela, Estados Unidos, Claudio. I will talk in English. You know, for me it's very hard to talk in English. I don't like to talk in English, but I try. Sorry about my little English. I want to introduce our Dean, Marcos Massari, the investigation groups. In first time, the Müther group, the group from Germany. Matthias Ludwig is just tell us some words. Tania Sibok, Tania, Marcos, Tania, Wilfred Deschamps, Wilfred, Georg Jedeler, Georg, Andreas Schatzke, and Claudio Beckstein, who is from Argentina, but he built the Ignacio Williams shells in Argentina, and he teaches from 16 years ago in Arizona State University. The Isler group from ETH Zurich, Switzerland, Rainer Schutzegel, Matthias Beck, Julia Bode, John Chilton, visitors from Nottingham University, Lucas Ingold, Lucas and Egor Likov. Egor, can you rest, Egor? Yesterday? Okay. And the Candela group, now we are here, Eduardo Alarcón. Here is Eduardo. Elisa Drago is teaching right now in classes. Maria Gonzalez Pendas lives in New York and can't came, but in the afternoon we will have a video conference with she. Alberto González Pozo, we visit his beautiful San Antonio de Padua church in Sunday. Agustin Hernandez is teaching too now, right now. Maricela Mendoza, who is part of the Candela group, but she came from Nottingham Trent University in the United Kingdom. Juan Gerardo Oliva, our chief of Structured Laboratory of Facultad de Arquitectura. José Luis Rincón, our dear teacher. Eric Valdez and Andres Lopez, who can be here at this time, and myself. And we have el apoyo, the support, academic support of Jimena Torre, Marcos Ontiveros is here, Lourdes Cruz, María Eugenia Hernández, etc. And the logistic support by Valeria Mendez, Valeria is there, Eduardo Lima, Laila Cordero, Gustavo Parra is in classes right now, and Marta Cruz is in the way. I am very glad to have all of you here because we think that this kind of structure built in the second half of the 20th century have been to protect, you know, and we are following the Candela's way, the Candela's legacy for a lot of years ago, and now with this context between ETH, Zurich, and Bismarck, Hochschule, I think this web is extending. You know, it's very important for us. Then welcome. You can see the program is very intensive. We have our first technical visits Sunday and Monday, and in Thursday we will have the last technical visits. We will go to Bacardi boating plant in Tutitlán, then go to San Antonio de las Huertas Church, and finally to Sport Palace. We can make this visit or get this permission for the visit to the Sport Palace. And today we began the two very intensive discussion sessions with all this beautiful program with all of us. And I hope we will have a very intensive and rich meeting, academic meeting. Thank you very much for being here.
Our visitors have been here for 2 days now. However, I would like to welcome you to Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, to Facultad de Arquitectura, our architecture school. We are a school that has a research area within the school. That's CIAUP, the Center for Research in Architecture, Urbanism and Landscape, CIAUP. And well, sometimes there are some researchers, like Dino that have been working for a long time, working on a theme. This is concrete shells, and particularly since he started working with the Spanish architects that came to Mexico, I think he fell in love with Candela. I think the way that you have also have this love to Isler-and-Müther's work. Some way to develop a research, you need to be in love with the theme, and you need to be in love also with the knowledge and with the practice that has been done in some architectural field. Candela is a good example because he worked in many areas. He did industrial buildings, as well as churches, as well as hotels, and he markets. His shelves were, in some way, it has been developed the idea if he was an engineer or if he was an architect. Because when we speak about structures or light structures, we get into the field of the technical work of iron and concrete. And this means that you have to have an expertise on this kind of work. He worked with many other architects that developed other parts of the programs and other parts of the buildings. But he always was there developing his ideas on how to have great spaces for long long spans, that could be reached with very light structures. When Dino came last year from, we're in Bismarck, he was, anything not joyful, he was not happy, he was full of joy because he has founded you all, and he said, I can tell you that there are other universities that are working in these conditions, and that in some way he has worked for 25 years. You got the Müther from 2008, 2006. You were very good. Yes. Müther is the and you have been from 2012. However, we know how difficult it is to have an archive, to work the archive, and to make the archive a place where you can have lots of information, but you have to do it. It's not just to get the archive and keep it. It's to work with all the information that are in the archives. Dino had the problem that Candela's archives are divided in 3 different places. So he has been doing these 3 kind of pilgrim work around the world to try to find all this information and to gather it within a research work or a research project that has also been developed with our teachers like Gerardo and Jose Luis, and with his students. They are not my students, his students. That in some way they have been working in some kind of not just having the information, but rethinking it. And we also have it could be a European Master's program. It was originally in light shells. So it has a lot to do with this kind of work, and then it moved into all these elastic and cloth. Cloth? Las estructuras.
Membrane structures.
Membrane structures, not cloth structure, but membrane structure. So we have right now, ¿cuántos años están con la especialidad?
20 years now.
20 years developing a work a group of students that they have worked with Candela shells, but they have also worked with other ways of designing and building other kind of light structures. So there's always a kind of way to spread these experiences and to work with these experiences in our work today. So we are very happy to have you here. We are very happy that we can share all these research experiences and projects, and that we can find that this research is always useful, and that we need this research to understand why architecture has developed, why these structures have developed with architecture, and why we can think of Candela as an engineer or as an architect, but as an architect that worked with structures and developed all these ideas within the possibilities of technical research and of technical experience. Sometimes when our students look at the photographs of how were these concrete shells built, they say, why were so many people there just carrying all these concrete pales? It's very easy. You can have just a pump, and you will be pumping all this concrete. And there comes the expertise that nowadays we have lost in many ways. We have lost this expertise that was how we feel the materials and how we feel the technology, and how we have to share it with those builders that will help us to develop these ideas. I think from the Manantiales there are many photographs that speak about this technology, how it was developed, and how the builders are so important to be able to make all these ideas concrete shells. Having you here make us rethink the importance of this kind of research and of this kind of ways of building. I know you were last Saturday at Zaha Hadid's exhibition at Market, where you could see the pavilion that was built. A pavilion that had a very sophisticated technology. Within the membrane, these balloons to make it lighter, the way the concrete had to be melted, I don't know if this melt is the right way, but poured, and then give the shape. And in some way, this kind of pavilion gives us, again, the idea that technology will never be finished. There will always be other ways of developing this kind of concrete shells, and these will always be forms that have to do something with geometry. Gerardo Oliva has developed something that's called mechanics. That means
Mechanics and geometry.
Mechanics and geometry. He has in his laboratory something that says that if you don't know mechanics, you shouldn't go inside.
Well, it was in the Athens school many years ago.
They developed the idea. I thought it was your idea.
No.
Well, this idea of mechanics, I think, is the issue that we will be doing for the next 2 days. To work in how mechanics and geometry work together, and how all these technologies will develop for new ideas, and that can bring us all the research you have been doing on the way in how we think, we conceive new structures, and we can also read the history of architecture through its buildings and through something that will always give us this friendship. That is, architecture is an international, a global work. And that means that it doesn't matter where we are, we will always find something to share. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Marcos Massari, our dean. I only want to comment about the organization of these discussion sessions. We will have 4 discussion sessions. The first will be start right now, concrete shell heritage. And the mechanics is that we have 3 speakers, and with half an hour each one, maybe 20-25 minutes to the presentation and 5 minutes to questions and comments. And then a round table with the 3 with the speakers. After the coffee break, another 3 with the finish with the round table talk. Then we have the lunch time. Then we will go to take a walk in the university city in the way to the Cosmic Ray Pavilion, to visit the Cosmic Ray Pavilion. In the afternoon at 5:30 we began the second session with 4 presentations and 1 round table. In that, it will be opened by Maria González Pendas from New York in a video conference, and then John Chilton, Julia Boller, and Alberto González Pozo is maybe the guest, the star guest in this meeting. And tomorrow in the morning, the same structure. With the session, this afternoon the session is construction and shaping. Tomorrow the first session is reception and mutual influences, with the same structure, 3 speakers, round table, coffee break, 3 speakers, round table, and visit. The visit of tomorrow is for Archivo de Arquitectos Mexicanos, to see the archive of Felix Candela, the part of our little part of the archive, and the archive of Enrique de la Mora. And after that, we have our lunch, because we have the visit at 2 o'clock, 2 to 3 o'clock, because it's closed at 3 o'clock, closes the archive. And the last session, Shares, Present and Future, 5 speakers and the closed round table, and then the closure of discussion sessions. Then enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Our first speaker this morning is Juan Ignacio del Cueto, and his conference or presentation is Felix Candela, the Shell Builder and His Wake.
Okay, hello again. Maybe you will hear something that we talk in the Saturday, but this is the idea is to talk about Candela, his life, his work, and his wake, his legacy, his influence in other countries, in other builders or shell builders. All of you know this famous painting, Pablo Picasso Guernicas, that reflects that terrible situation when the Basque town Guernica was bombed by German airplanes, of Nazi army. That having support to Francisco Franco sublevation. Only few people knows that this painting was commissioned to Picasso to show in the pavilion of the Second Spanish Republic in the exposition of Paris in 1937. This is the famous pavilion built by José Luis Zeta and Luis La Casa, and there is the Guernica and the fountain, Mercury fountain by Calder. This is considered the first work of the architects in exile, Spanish architects in exile. After the Civil War in Spain, it was the beginning of the Second World War. 35,000 Spaniards, Republican Spaniards, exiled in America. 20,000 of them arrived in Mexico. And this is the half centenary of architects who live in Spain, the architects more progressive, with the ideas most advanced. They have to leave Spain and went to different parts. So only 5 still in Europe. Around 15 or so were to South America, only one to the United States, Jose Luis F., who was a chairman of Harvard University. And in Mexico arrived 25 architects. And Candela was one of the youngest. Candela, when he arrived in Mexico, had 29 years. He born in Spain in 1910, finished his career in the School of Architecture in 1935, and in 1936 he won a scholarship to go to Germany to study with Dischinger and Finsterwalder the laminar structures, the concrete laminar structures. But in July the civil war begins, and Candela volunteered in the Republican Army, the Popular Republican Army. Arrived in Mexico in 1939. Here lives his golden age. No, he get to Mexico his girlfriend, Eladia, and have four girls here, four daughters. This is the oldest, Antonia Candela. Is the mother of Ernesto González Candela. You met yesterday Ernesto, the son of Antonio. And well, this is one of the last photographs in Mexico. Candela with the Sport Palace in 1968 with Antonio Peyri, another exiled Spanish, but Antonio Peyri arrived when he was a child and studied here in the Unam. And his last years was in the United States of America. His second wife, his wife died in 1963 when both of them had 53 years. And in the top of the career of Candela, in his best moment in 1963. 4 years later, Candela get married with Dorothy Davis, and in 1971 decided to emigrate to the United States to teach in the University of Illinois in Chicago. And he died in December 7th of 1997. This is the arrival of Candela. Candela maybe is in there, no? Because he arrived in the Sinaya, the first boat that Lázaro Cárdenas government put to the service to the exiled, to the refugees from the second republics in Spain. Arrived 1,600 exiled, and in this first contingent arrived 7 architects. One of them, Félix Candela, and Candela take the Mexican nationality in 1941. Then he said that he's a Mexican architect formed in Spain, no? Because in Spain he hasn't built anything. This is the 25 architects who arrived in Mexico, and Candela is from the oldest to the youngest, and Candela was one of the youngest, very unknown in that moment. And this is the Mexico City that receives the exiled people, a beautiful town, maybe with 1.5 million inhabitants. And it's in the 40s, Mexico lives the Mexican miracle of economy, very close to the Second World War in Europe. Mexico begins to grow economically and to change the rural concept of the country to one in modern and industrial country. The excited architects had a surprise with a very strong and good architecture made in Mexico. They didn't know anything, and this kind of buildings was built 10 years before the arrival of the Spanish exiled, no? The Juan Segura, famous first skyscraper in Mexico, no? Edificio Ermita, or Francisco J. Serrano, or of course José Villagrán, 10 years after the arrival, finished the first modern architecture public building, Sanatorium de Tuberculosis Hospital. And of course, Juan O'Gorman, no? This is the famous houses of Diego and Frida, Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo. This is Juan O'Gorman in a communist, Partido Comunista meeting, no? That talks about the effervescence who lives Mexico in the late 30s, the first 40s, after the Mexican Revolution. This is the kind of projects that Candela had in his 10 first years in Mexico. But Candela arrives with ideas in his head, the ideas of these constructions. No, this is the construction that Candela most influenced in his studies in Madrid. Freycinet in France, Dischinger and Fitzgerald in Germany, Torroja in Spain, of course, and Robert Mayar in Switzerland. And 10 years after he arrived in Mexico, built his first vault, no, a concrete vault, and made the patent and made some, and founded his company, Cubierta Sala, and made a lot of works, around 800 constructed buildings by Candela around. We see in some Saturday this image about the hyperbolic, parabolic, the hyper, that surface of double curvature, no, inverse double curvature with all with the straight lines to make this double curvature surface. The build of the Cosmic Ray Pavilion we will visit this afternoon. Now we are here, just here is this place. After lunch, we will go to see the Rectoria Esplanade and walk all this to see the beautiful pavilion with these two saddles. No, we saw last Sunday too with the 3 parabolic cars. The idea to improve and to learn how to build in the same, no, they learn, and Candela learned making his buildings. This is the paraboloid who puts with a horizontal plan and 2 vertical plans and made the saddle, no, that form that you put in the horse to go. And his famous advertisement about the shell covered with a, well, the pavilion covered with a concrete shell of 1.5 centimeters of thickness. The famous drawing, no, is with his 25-hour works in Mexico City, only in Mexico City. We know about 200.5 construction only in Mexico City, and the variations, no, of the paraboloids based in three principles: common sense, efficiency, and economy. In the family of the straight edge surfaces, maybe the most construction, no, maybe the most construction was the umbrellas, and in the curved edge surfaces, the grounded poles. This is the umbrella that four shapes of hyper send all the efforts to the column, and the foundation is made by shells too. This is the way that Candela made the foundation and economize the material, no? And this is the famous photograph with Candela and all his workers in his second experimental umbrella built in 1953. This is the way to build this kind of shapes, of structures. And this is the longest, no, with this strategy to put all in lines, they can cover a very long spans with a lot of economy, no? And this is, we saw this building in Sunday, no? We can go in to see. Now it's like this post, no? Because the carpet was static carpet. But the most common use to these umbrellas was the service stations, no? Gas stations. Sadly, Pemex, the company of Mexican petroleum, put these awful, horrible things, and we can see the beautiful of the lightness of these structures. And the Candela constant experiment with this principle, no? And this is very common, no? The idea to have a control entrance in different places, no? And with umbrellas, Candela resolved the Miracle Medal Church. We saw this in Sunday too. But this is the strategy, no? An umbrella with a rectangular plan, with the support, the center, and this is the way that Candela moves his four hyper shells. To do this, the part the soil elevated to make this lateral facade. No? This is a very typical plant of a church, a basilical plant with three naves, the central nave, lateral naves, and four pairs of umbrellas, tutuks. No? The idea is, I don't know, let me see. This is an animation. I think it's not. Okay. Well, this is Candela when was built the Miracle Medals in between March of 1954 to April 1955. He did the construction. This is the cost, no, around $60,000 of this of this age. And very important, the geometry and construction is the secret of the shells, no? The importance to do this kind of shells. This is Candela teaching in Unam. Candela teach here between 1953 until 1971 when he left and went to Chicago. But the best collaboration, professional collaboration of Candela was with Enrique de la Mora and Fernando Lopez Carmona. Fernando Lopez Carmona was a very young student when he went to the de la Mora studio to work, and they have this kind of collaboration. No? The Iglesia del Altillo is the second collaboration. The first we will see in a moment. Iglesia del Altillo with this beautiful shape, a straight line, straight edge shell. This is more or less the construction. Then after that, with two straight edge shells made San Jose Obrero in Monterrey with this beautiful formwork. This is El Altillo and this is San Antonio de San Vicente de Paul. We were here in Sunday and yesterday here. No, it's only half kilometer between one and the other. And this is we had yesterday the talk of Eduardo about this beautiful building. And let's see some of the mantos de borde curvo. Yesterday we saw Palmira Chapel. If you see in the plans, the arc have almost 22 meters, but now this arc have only 16 meters because this part was for the collapse. This is again the formwork present with the straight lines of the high part. And the finish, this is the trees that yesterday we can stay here below the beautiful shadow of these naves, vegetal naves. See, this is the idea, and there are the trees that yesterday we have a beautiful big trees, and the cross. And very important, the high-power grounded vaults was an apportation of the Mexican architecture to the history of construction, because Enrique de la Mora received the commission to build the the Mexican stock exchange, and to cover the trading hall of Mexican stock. He asked to Lopez Carmona. This is what was built between December 54 to July 54 to July 55. Lopez Carmona told us that De la Mora asked him for find a solution like the crosser of La Purísima in Monterrey, but without the ground, the nerves. This is the space that we'll need to cover, 15 by 26 meters, and this is the idea. And Lopez Carmona thinking in this solution, the intersection of two high parts, to make a grounded vault that like the Romans 2,000 years ago, but with high parts. His engineers tell him it's very hard to do and it's not possible to construct it, but arrived to Candela. Someone tell De la Mora, Felix Candela is making this kind of covers, and ask for Candela. Candela say that it's a very great idea. This is the same that we saw before, the saddle. If you intersect one saddle with another, you have the groined vault that all the efforts goes to the groin and goes to 4 supports. This is Candela in the construction of this beautiful shape. But you can see here again the reinforcement in the edges. And Candela think that they can make the free edge, and the first free edge that Candela made was in San Antonio de las Huertas with Enrique de la Mora López Carmona too. That they built 3 grounded bolts. We will see this in Thursday. Separate between them and covered with these laminar parabolic arcs. And this is the first shell with free edge shell that Candela built. And this is the beautiful interior of San Antonio de las Huertas. Then with this strategy that they can build another grounded bolts like this beautiful with only 3 supports, no? With Juan Sordo Magdaleno in Acapulco is disappeared. The famous Bacardi bolting plant with 6. First he made 3 and after he made the other 3. This is the fabulous interior, no, of Bacardi. The restaurant of Hotel Casino de la Selva is demolished too, and then it's reconstructed with very bad results. And another, no, this was in Guadalajara in 1960. Here in Mexico City, no, Our Lady of Perpetuo Socorro, Perpetual Help. La Florida in Satélite, Ciudad Satélite. And Manantiales, we visit Manantiales and we talk about Manantiales, this 8 petals flower that made the geometry becomes from a square of 30 meters intersected with another square of 30 meters durated 45 degrees. In the intersection are the supports, and this is four saddles, like long saddles made. We saw this animation the other day, and this is the way that he built, maybe his most famous structure, impressive framework or formwork. And once the formwork was built, the next are very simple, only to put the very thin steel ribbons, and the way that they took the concrete in this little machine, to go up with the bales and go and put in the site, and finish Candela, that where Candela finished his work, and then the architect had to make it closer, and the kitchen and the bathrooms, This is the last important work of Candela. This and the metro station, Eduardo will talk about the metro station, was the last shells that Candela built in Mexico. In 1969 was opened the metro service. And we will visit the Sport Palace in Forsyth too, with, and this is the strategy of Candela. It's not concrete shells, but there is covered with a system of high bars, because it's a spherical form. This is the big beams of steel. All in the for cover the candela supporting the los cruceros in these parts, no. This substructure made with aluminium, and each of one is 4 shapes of high bar. Over the aluminum structure is two layers of triple marino. Triple marino. Okay, that. And with the Cooper, chapa de cobre, copper layers in the top. You can see the measures, no? This is an arriesgate the worker, no? 5 meters between the cuerda superior and cuerda inferior, superior and inferior. And this is the Candela's most famous work, maybe, and this and the most copied in the world, no? Isler-Müther in Germany. This photograph sent a friend from Baku, Azerbaijan. No? This is in Ecuador, in the border with Colombia. This is the Amazonas River. This is in Germany too, George Schleich, no? A pavilion made with fibra de vidrio, glass fiber. And Candela copied himself in Valencia. This is the part of Calatrava, no? La ciudad de las ciencias y las artes, Arts and Science City of Calatrava. But this is the oceanographic park in Valencia, and this is the clone of Manantiales built to. Candela was 84 years when received this commission. The team that worked in this oceanographic park asked Candela for a copy of Manantiales and a copy of San Jose Obrero. Manantiales for the restaurant and San Jose Obrero for the entrance to the aquarium. The aquarium is in subterranean. But Candela was working in this project when he died, and 2 young Valencian engineers built that beautiful shape, because it's a beautiful shell, no? Was built by Alberto Domingo and Carlos Lázaro with a new generation concretes and something like that, no? But he can build with 5 centimeters like Xochimilco. They make 9 centimeters thick, 8 or 9 centimeters. But it's a beautiful shape. It's the posthum work of Candela. At least it's like an homage. Then arrived the architect and lo echó a perder, ¿no? ¿Cómo se dice? O sea, lo echó a perder porque he put these ugly glasses, no? In the night it's better because you can see the shape, no? But it's a little sad, no? And Candela was one of the excuse me. Calatrava says that Candela was his master of his, no? Su ejemplo, no? This photo appears in the first Calatrava book that 84 or 85, and it's Calatrava babeando. How do you say babeando?
In awe.
With Candela. But if we compare Calatrava's work with Candela, philosophy of structures, no? This is Candela in black and white, and Calatrava is more sculptoric, no? It's more artistic, I don't know. And I like to compare it with this, no? Candela with the athlete who doesn't have more than, no, to run 100 meters in less than 10 seconds, you don't have to, nada que te sobre, no?
Nothing extra.
No, nothing extra. Y Calatrava is more than Schwarzenegger, no? It's full of muscles, no? Well, the Candela's way in Mexico, it's maybe the best follow of Candela was Juan Antonio Tonda, who worked with Candela a lot of years, and made with Alberto González Pozo that beautiful, and others churches with Alberto González Pozo. Tonda died 2 years before, but this afternoon we can see Alberto González Pozo talking about the construction of this beautiful church. And this is for, bueno, José Luis Rincón, tomorrow, ¿verdad, José Luis? Mañana te toca, ¿no? Hablar de tomorrow, José Luis Rincón, we will talk about the geometry and construction of this church. And this another Porfirio Ballesteros, ¿no? In Guatemala, Mauricio Castillo Contú, engineer, Guatemalan engineer, who made the Cubierta Sala Guatemala, no? With Candela, an agreement with Candela, made the sucursal, no sé cómo se dice,
Branch.
the branch of Cubierta Sala in Guatemala. There are a branch of Cubierta Sala in Venezuela too. This is in Colombia, in Cuba, in Norway, in Oslo. This is projects, no, of Candela in Cali, in Colombia. This is I was in Colombia 1 month ago and saw this kind of structures. No, this is the other airport of Medellin in Colombia. Beautiful shapes. This church, La Consolata, also in Medellin, in Colombia. But in Spain, no, José Enrique Ruiz Castillo came to Mexico in the 60s to work, in the final 50s and the first 60s to work with Candela in Cubierta Sala, and returned to Spain and built this kind of shells. Luis López Díaz, an architect who finished his career in Barcelona in 1968, returned to Canary Islands and built this kind of, you can see, no, the idea of Candela built in the Canary Islands, with López Díaz. In the north of Norway, no, in Tromsø, originally a cinema, converted in a public library in 2006. In the United States, a lot of works with O'Neill Ford, an important Texas architect. And this is in Minnesota, in the Minnesota University. I was there to talk about Candela, and I surprised with the old entrance. The new entrance is a hall of Stephen Hall. But this was the original entrance. Now it's the terrace for the fumadores, for the smokers. but the main patio of the school is covered with these big umbrellas. Well, this is John and Marisela know very good this building. No, in Huddersfield, the market. Maybe Marisela will talk about this. With the same strategy that Candela follows in some of his market, no, in Acapulco, in Veracruz, and in Arriaga. In Arriaga, this market doesn't need a Candela, but one of his disciples. And I want to show you that Laboratorios Lederle, this beautiful shape, no, was one of the favorites of Candela. And this photo was taken in 2005, and this is in 2006. They demolished. Why demolish? Maybe they want to expand his offices, I don't know. But no, it's for build another. It's incredible, no? This is an architect who has good hand, no? Maybe looks a lot of Arquine or Croquis or whatever. But it's incredible. Someone put this puntada. They put this support in one moment, but it's against the structural function of the shell, no? The shell, it's again. This disappeared too, this disappeared too, disappeared, these beautiful umbrellas, no? We want to save that beautiful space, no? More than 1,000 square meters with 6 umbrellas. They built there a commercial plaza, and we said, well, you can save this and make here maybe your for the food, no? Your food, but they destroyed the 6 umbrellas. This was disappeared too, and this is for us was very sad, because we tried to save this beautiful market in Arriaga, Chiapas, in a place very hot. This is Octavio Barrera Marin, a student of Candela who followed his way, no? And made this beautiful cover, 6 by 18 meters each umbrella. This is the beautiful original market, and the municipal president want to give his people a modern. We will fall down this, and I give you a modern market. And we made a project to give space for this. Originally 300 sailors here. There was 700 sailors, and we say, well, we can make another building and save this beautiful, with this piedras, stones of the river near Arriaga, but they destroyed in one night. They sent the machines and destroyed that, and now we destroyed, and in other places constructed. Claudio made these umbrellas in honor to Amancio Williams, Amancio Williams. This is the project by Amancio Williams, and Claudio built. And Claudio, let's talk about this. I think, and this is Candela. When I know him in 1992, and this is our little homage to Candela. Thank you very much.
Many thank you, Dino. Our next speaker is Juan Gerardo Oliva from the Unam, and he will be speaking on two cultures and 3 ways of making concrete shells.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me to this working group on concrete reinforced concrete shells. When Dino asked me to participate with you, I thought in this title, Two Cultures and Three Ways of Making Rainbows from Shells, but I think it was not the right name. I think I should have written Three Cultures, because the way of living in East Germany was quite different from West Germany. Heinz Isler and Ulrich Müther were both German-speaking people, but they were two different cultures. Well, Felix Candela, Heinz Isler, Ulrich Müther. I tried to find information, so I got information from many different books, mainly from John Chilton's book, from TV, from books. So I have to apologize if somebody thinks that I am trying to say that I took the pictures. Of course not. It's information from all of you. Felix Candela, he lived 87 years, and you have seen many works from him, so I don't want to spend time showing more buildings. You have visited them, most of them, here in Mexico. I just want to point out, for instance, the ideas from Candela. I started to study architecture in 1969, and Candela left the University of Mexico in '71. But I didn't hear any lesson from him. I knew Candela in Germany when I was studying my PhD at the Institute for Light Instructions with Professor Fraiotto. And I remember he was a very humble person, very kind, very nice people. I was afraid going to talk with him. I said, when I go to him, he will say, and no, he was really friendly, and he told me, if you want to learn something, you have to learn by yourself. Forget the country, forget the university. If you want to learn something new, you have to learn by yourself. And I will never forget that. And I think that's what I did. I showed these slides because we can see here these shells from Tedesco in the USA with these beams, bricks. And Candela thought, oh, if I use a double curvature, inverse double curvature, I can build something similar but without beams. And he did it. He did it in the Bacardi bottling plant in 1960. Candela's shells are, in average, 4 centimeters thick. And Ulrich Müther, he says he was always trying to get a thickness from 6.5 to 7 centimeters. And Heinz Isler built shells from 8 to 10, 15 centimeters thick. So there is here a first difference between the shells, but you also visited some shells the last 2 days, and you saw Manantiales in Xochimilco, and you saw that the earthquake was very hard, and the surface lost its original form. I always have thought that the false work, the timber false work, are masterpieces of carpentry skills. I would be very, very sad if I build such a sculpture in timber and then I have to destroy it. Of course, important was the reinforced concrete shell, not the false work. But I find it is beautiful to see this false work. And here we see what Dino showed us before. Many workers. When I arrived to Germany, I saw the new buildings, only a few men, and many equipment, grants, but no workers. Because I'm in Mexico, I remember in any place where there was a building that was being constructed, there were lots of people carrying concrete. So as we can see in this photo Dino showed how Candela worked with the hyper surfaces. He didn't discover these surfaces. They are older, but he knew how to play with them, how to cut them, how to act them, how to play with the hyper surface, and that was the main ability from Candela. You can identify and you can remember the buildings you just visited in the last 2 days. This is the first one, the one who made Candela famous all over the world. This small pavilion that we will visit in a few hours more. Quite close from here. Palmyra, you had beautiful weather yesterday, I have heard, and you enjoyed this beautiful building. And then we go to Xochimilco, Los Manantiales. Very damaged because of the earthquake. And what comes now? The Bacardi bottle plant. Candela said 30 meters is the maximum wide span I recommend for these buildings. And Dean also spoke about this late building from Candela in Spain and from your slide, this glass fiber experimental shell. Well, now I want to show you. In 2008, we had a conference from the International Association for Shell and Spatial Structures in Mexico, and we prepared an exhibition from reinforced concrete shells, but not just from Candela's shells. Many other, not many, a few other architects or engineers built Candela shells. In this photo, you can see 3 daughters from Candela. This is Antonia, the oldest one, and I don't remember the name of the other 2. Tere and Pili. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Gemelas, how do you say?
They are twins. Okay, and here are one of the models we have. We have about 15 models from reinforced concrete shells. This is the Mexico Stock Exchange House, and they were built. These are the molds for the shells, and these molds were with a process called thermoform, plastic on the top, warm, and then you have the form of the shell. As you can see here, Palmyra, for instance, and these are just the molds for this exhibition. Here you can see the Manantiales restaurant, and Palmyra, where you were yesterday, and Santa Monica with the false work, Santa Monica Church, and this other church, it's not from Candela, he did not have anything to do here. It is from Porfirio Ballesteros and another architect who designed this church. But there are a few. Eduardo Padilla is the name of the architect. There are a few works of them. And now Heinz Isler. Heinz Isler lived 82 years. I met him also in Germany. He was famous because we were talking about his clothes he took out in winter to the garden, and with the wind they got deformed. He sprayed water, and then he had his shell. No? He had his office in Lisachshachen, and he was a happy man. He was always laughing, always joking. And he was an artist, he was a painter, he worked with watercolor paints, and when he was 18 years old, he made an exhibition of his works at school, and I think he was thinking very often in studying for being a painter, not an engineer, but his father was an engineer, and he had an established firm office. So finally he decided to study engineering, civil engineering. In 1959 was the first international symposium from the IASS, International Association at that time, for shell structures. Only for shell structures. Of course, shell were at the top as a structural system. And this association was started by Eduardo Torroja in Spain, and it's still working. It's still working, and now it's called International Association for Shell and Spatial Structures. The name didn't change. The short name didn't change. Here in 1959, Heinz Isler presented his lecture called New Shapes for Shells. He was very young at that time, but people were very interested in what he showed because he showed 3 ways of making shells. But before we see these 3 ways of making shells, here is Heinz Isler with his wife Maria, who also was a very important person in his life. She was she studied medicine, pediatrics, I think, but she decided to help her man in all his work. He was very successful with the shells, and she was always on the side. She was always, as well as Candela, she was always loved. No, happy marriage. And these are I don't know if you can move the slides a little bit to the right, because okay, then it doesn't matter. These are the 3 ways that Heinz Isler proposed to find the form of a concrete shell. Freely shaped heel, a membrane under pressure, or a hanging cloth reversed. That, from the hanging cloth reversed, we know that Poleni, in the second half of the 18th century, he made many studies for the St. Peter's Dome, how to reinforce the St. Peter's Dome, and he used a hanging chain, the catenary form. And he said this is the best way of finding the form for a tension structure. We put it upside down, then we have a compression form. And that was used by many English constructors, engineers, and by Gaudí and Frariotto, and also Heinz Isler. This is a photo maybe we will see once again in the next days. These are the possibilities proposed for the form from shells by Heinz Isler in his first lecture in 1959. Polyester shells, he had to build plexiglass shells with 5 meters diameter, but there was no possibility of buying such shells at that time. So he built by himself. He made innovations how to build a polyester shell with 5 meters diameter, and it was good for him. He got his aim, and then he sold the license to another firma. He got money, and with that money he was able to make more experiments with his shells. He also used the hyper surface. Here we have two houses that he built and designed in Geneva, and although he was always saying it's better to use physical models to find the form of the shells. I remember one meeting in the University of Stuttgart. Candela-Isler was talking about this way of form finding, and he said it was the better way, not computers, not mathematical formula, no, the physical models. And then one professor from the university said at the end of his talk, he said to Heinz Isler, "Oh, you said that it is not possible to find the form of a hanging egg with the computer, and that's something I cannot allow you to say." And then Heinz Isler turned around and he said, "Oh, maybe in between you can do that. Congratulations, applause, no?" And everybody was laughing. I was a little bit afraid. I said it's not very polite when he said that. But fortunately, the professor who had made the question, he also was laughing and finished the story. But so was Heinz Isler. This garden center with shell, it is painted, white painted, and he used the paint because to protect the shell. The project, I don't remember quite well now. I think the project was not from him, and there were places that were not only on compression, also on tension because of the form, and that was helped. This paint helped to protect the shell. The inflated, the pneumatic form, inflated membrane test frame. This is one of the proposals from Heinz Isler to find the form of a shell. This is an example of pneumatic shells with rounded corners in Cdmx. And in Hasler-Müther, Switzerland, the blessed Swiss Lube. The cold storage and distribution center. I don't speak more about these photos because I know that the Isler group will go deeper in the explanations. I just want to show some examples. And the handy models, inversed, tension forms, upside down, you will have compression forms, more models, the handy membrane model with wet plaster, which after hardening is overturned to create a shell in pure compression. The Badebrook shell in 1981. Flow form shells. We have an example, the Beauty Garden Center in Camorino and the swimming pool in Feinberg. And the house from Michael Valls. Michael Valls is an architect. He knew Heinz Isler and they worked together, and this is the house from Michael Valls in Stetten, close to Stuttgart. Migros supermarket in Arizona, and this tennis hall under construction. We see the false work, timber false work, and then the insulation slabs that were used in the interior of the building for insulation. And the way of building, those photos are similar for all the people who are here together today. And one other last example, photograph from John Chilton, the highly iced kiln. And the last picture is this model that Heinz Isler has at his office. He received many students, young students, not just architecture or engineering students too, and he showed this model, and with this model he showed that when he uses this weight, this is 30 times heavier, bigger than this one, but if this element takes a curvature because of the small weight, but this one remains in its original form. Why? Because of the form. That's the reason, because Heinz Isler always had this model at the entrance of his office. And now I ask you for help. This is a picture from Heidelberg. There was a conference in Stuttgart after the Nottingham Symposium, 1 year later, 1 year before, I don't remember, John. And I want you to help me to find if Heinz Isler is here on the photo. I dare to say that Heinz Isler is here. Now, I knew him, but many years ago. So, do you think he is? Who says yes? Nobody? Well, I'm not sure. That's the reason because I wrote the picture. I thought you were going to save us. That is not who he is. But you think he's not? Well, and the third one is Ulrich Müther. He lived 73 years. He was born in East Germany, Jugend, 1934 to 2007. The master builder of Lübeck, he called himself. He did some experimental shells. These are some of the first ones. This is a boss waiting hall in Binz. And this music pavilion Kurmusche near Sassnitz, a kind of sculpture more than structure. This book kiosk, it is a very simple shell. As you can see, it's a very simple with one support in the middle. And the UFO, we were talking at the beginning of this morning about this building. And there are two, as much as Matthias Ludwig told me. And it was renovated, it's working. This is a bus stop in Binz. The students are now very interested in Germany in the Ulrich Müther's work and the Pfalz work, similar to the ones used by Isler and Candela. But the main difference is that Ulrich Müther used concrete spraying process. You saw in Mexico the workers carrying the concrete on the shoulders, and then they took it to the place, and Ulrich Müther used this process for the concrete. Is there also a restaurant, very similar? I forgot to say, in the case of Heinz Isler, Heinz Isler saw once a book with a picture of Los Manantiales and he was very, very inspired in this Candela shell. But this book was Schallenbau. It's a book written by Jürgen Jodicke, a theoretical professor from the University of. I was also surprised when I saw the book for the first time and I saw on the cover Los Manantiales, a beautiful photo. Here there's two young students talking about the work from Müther. In this case, this is a hanging shell. It means the shell finishes here, like in this model, you can see it. It was renovated, it was renewed, and they put a steel ring here, so it looks like this is a support, but it isn't. No, it isn't. And then we have the metal leaf, the Sahon black. This building was in the middle of Alexanderplatz. I remember I had the opportunity of seeing it before it was destroyed. No? It was destroyed because the government built another building. It doesn't happen not just in Mexico, it also happens in Germany. And I want to finish the work from Müther with this Hyperschale in Magdeburg. It has been not used in the last 20 years. It is very damaged, but the government and the community are trying to renew this building. And there is another similar building to this one in Rostock, and there is an exhibition in this building which shows two groups from students from the University of Magdeburg and the University of Rosenheim, and they are working together in order to make proposals how to make useful this building. No, there are many projects. As much as I know, the group of Magdeburg, the students of Magdeburg, did the best project, and this is an exhibition showing what they can do with this shell to recover it. So I think it's very important to talk about that in this meeting. That we all share information, or how can we do to save all these buildings. Three structural artists, Felix Candela, Ulrich Müther, and Heinz. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Oliva. Our next speaker today is Matthias Ruthi, who will be speaking on the similarities between Müther, Candela, and Isler.
Yes, I'm talking about different similarities between Candela-Isler and Müther. And doesn't work. Where do I have to point? Oh, this one, okay, thank you. And as earlier have been pointed out already, I want to remind you to the second symposium we are going to have in Berlin. And we have a precise date already. It's not actually Berlin, it's on the Baltic, so we are going to see a couple of Müther buildings live. And it's around the 15th till the 17th of May in 19. And we are also going to see the Akademie der Künste, which is our main cooperation partner. And the third symposium we are going to have will be January 2020. And the venue will be ETH Zurich, of course, but we are going to travel to see a couple of Isler buildings as well. And I want to point out also we are sponsored by the BNBF, which is actually supporting our project for 3 years all in all. So please note the dates, and everybody will be invited to come and join our symposiums in Berlin and in Zurich. And we also want to do a publication after we had the 3 symposiums. And we have also a working title already, which could be the 3 master shell builders, somehow like that. But this is still possible to change. And I just wanted to point it out that actually we want to have papers after the 3 sessions, which are publishable. So start already collecting images in a good quality, and then we end up with a book. And we have also some money for that book. So the publication, if we get the papers, the publication is very sure to have. And I compared also the 3 protagonists and had some points about them which I thought are quite important. First of all, the dates, and Felix Candela is of course the oldest of the 3 protagonists and had a location in Spain, Mexico and USA. And what is important about Felix is that he's architect and a builder, and we heard about from Dino quite a couple of times already. His company was called Cubiertas, and of course the education at San Madrid, San Fernando. And the shell type he was working mainly on was the hyperbolic shell type, formwork timber, of course, and almost all of the protagonists are working with concrete. And as far as I know, Felix Candela was just working with concrete. And also the number, I compared the number of built shells which are around, as far as I know, around 300 shells which has been built by Felix Candela. And I found that he actually built something in Spain, but we have to discuss about that. I didn't see any images of it, but of course built mainly in Mexico. And we have Cdmx from 26 till 2009, located in Switzerland. And what is important, which has been said before already, that he is also educated as a painter, and for him art and paintings was quite interesting, apart from engineering. Of course, education, ETH Zurich, but what is here quite important, that he's focusing on the non-geometrical shells and not so much on the hyperbolic ones. This is here an important feature. The formworks are different. So you have timber formworks, you have pneumatic formworks, and you have sand formworks, or free-form formworks. And here's also a variety of materials, so it's not only concrete, so it has also plastics or GRP, for example. And if you look at the number of built shells, and I think this is including projects, so that means non-built shells, this is about 1,400, which is quite a big number. And then we have Candela-Isler-Müther, which is the youngest of one of them, from 1934 till 2007. And we were talking earlier on before about culture, and that's why I'm pointing out that Candela-Isler-Müther lived in East Germany. At that time, this was behind the Iron Curtain, the so-called Iron Curtain, in East Germany, which is on one hand very limited. We had difficulties to get concrete, cement, for example, also difficulties to get timber work for the foam shell buildings. But on the other hand, it gave him also some freedom because he was the only one in East Germany which focused on shells, so he had no concurrent there. But this is an important point. So he was kind of isolated, that's why he's probably not that popular like other shell builders. He was also, of course, a trained engineer and a builder. His company was called VEB Schmiesibau Spezialbetonbau Rügen, and the education was in Neustrelitz and Dresden. And the shell type was hyperbolic and not non-geometric. That means already there's a lot of Felix Candela, and the non-geometric, there's a lot of Isler inside in Ulrich Müther. And he had different formworks like tip and sand. Material is also a variety, so we have concrete and we have timber. The build number of shells is just 74, and that's precisely after Tanja Seböck's PhD, so maybe it's one or two more, we don't know yet. But it's interesting, even if he has been behind the Iron Curtain, he was building quite internationally, so there are lots of buildings in Germany, of course, but there are buildings in Finland, Indonesia, Kuwait, and Cuba. And he had a passport for traveling basically worldwide, so he had quite freedom in East Germany to travel. And this is the relation of Ulrich Müther to Felix Candela, which is very interesting. That's the top of his letter of the company. Again, here, VW Spezialbetonbau Rügen. That's one of the names of his companies. The company names changed during the time because of the socialistic government. But this here is important. That's the church of Felix Candela in Monterey. And Müther used this as his company logo. So that means he knew the work for Felix Candela, of course. That's the wake you were talking about before. And the wake of Felix Candela reached East Germany, of course, as well. And he was using this, but I don't know if anybody in East Germany knew that this is a building of Felix Candela. I don't believe, because some people say it's an anchor, and because the company has been on the Baltic Sea, so they were thinking this is kind of anchor or whatever. But of course, it's the Monterey Church of Felix Candela, which proves this image here, and here you see the similarities between that. And we know by our research that actually Ulrich Müther and Felix Candela probably never met. So the relation was not personally, the relation was more through publications. And it has been mentioned that Müther had a book on Felix Candela, of course, probably the Jüliche book, I believe so, and also other books that he saw the geometry of Felix Candela's buildings, but Felix Candela was also lecturing 2 times in East Germany, and so I think Ulrich Müther wasn't there, but he has been, somebody has reported him about the lectures. So there's a strong influence, and as we saw before already, there's Xochimilco versus the Cimis in Potsdam, and obviously they are looking pretty much the same. So I try to compare them here with these 2 diagrams. This is not absolutely here in scale, but I try to have them somehow in scale. The smaller one is the Cimis in Potsdam. And you have to look at the time also. This is 57, and the Cimis in Potsdam is 82 to 83. And there's a big difference in size also. The restaurant in Xochimilco is 32 meters, and the height is about 5 meters. I think these are the low points. The thickness of the shell is 4 centimeters. And Müther's Cimis is a lot smaller, so it's only 23 meters. And the thickness of the shell is also thicker. It's 6 centimeters. But we have, of course, 8 hyperbolic shells, which are combined into this very beautiful flower shape. And if you compare this here, the shape is pretty much similar, but the edges are a little different, so the curves are a little bit different on the edges. And here I can go very quickly through these images, but we see again the restaurant here in Mexico City, which is it's an iconic building of the 50s, I believe, fantastically elegant, and I like it very much. And we saw it 2 days ago. And it has the reflecting pool, which is quite important, I think. And it's lowered up now a couple of meters, which destroys the situation, of course, very much. And it has a very elegant interior space. That building, original photos from '57, which have been in a lot of publication. And that's my favorite, actually, because I'm an enthusiast of cars. So we see here the 50s cars separated by a wall, which is not existing anymore at the moment. And also the space which the shells are creating is extending through the glass, and also we have the elegant tables again, which are extended from inside to outside. So I like this image very much, which shows the brilliant architecture of the building. And this is, Dino explained this already quite precise yesterday already, when we have been there, 2 days when we have been there. And so I'm going fast through that. Just want to point out that the joints between the shells are quite interesting, because where the two shells are meeting here, there's a thicker joint, and then the shell continues with a thinner arrangement. And of course, this is very special because the foundation of Candela is also a hyperbolic shell, that, as Dino mentioned already. And we have the formwork of the restaurant, which is looking very similar to the formwork of the Zeros of Ulrich-Müther. The only difference is that this is fully timber work, and Ulrich-Müther was using in the 80s steel supports, but it's very similar. This is the shell without the formwork, very elegantly, and without the glass elevations, facades. And now in comparison, the Ufer Pavillon Zeros in Potsdam, and we have a lot of drawings of this project already about the reinforcement, about the concrete shape, and this is about the support structure, about the formwork, and this makes the difference because here it's precisely planned actually where the supporting points are and the trusses are running, and how the timber work is running. And Müther was planning this very precisely in his company, and I have to point out this also once again. So again, there's the logo with the Candela Church on the drawings. And this is a detailed drawing again about the support structure for the formwork, where you see, which is not very sharp now, but where you see the different heights of the formwork. And here you see the detail how the support structure is constructed. And the major difference to Candela is here that Müther was using these metal supports, which was adjustable in the height. And this is the shell in concrete here on the top. And I have also a drawing of the foundation of the Seerose, which is of course more hyperbolic. It's a more standard foundation. The only similarity is that Ulrich-Müther has also a triangular column here. The section is triangular. It's similar to the Candela building. And this is a fairly normal foundation which is underneath, which is here slightly out of rectangular because of the forces. And again, here some reinforcement drawings we have in our archive about the Seerose. You see there's not the step at the joint, so I think Candela tried to have the shell thinner here at that point, and Müther just continued with the same thickness here at that point. But basically then in the end the joint between the the shells are looking pretty similar to that what Felix Candela was drawing. And this is actually the Seehose, and then the formwork, and here you see that the metal supports are underneath. That's the difference, and the other difference maybe is security. There's a fence around, and I didn't see the fence around the Candela ship. And as mentioned before, there are not so many people on the building site, and we see here there's the hose of the pump to shotcrete the shell, and that's basically the group which was on the shell during the shotcrete. And he needed only two people. One was holding the hose, and the other one also, and some other people just working with the concrete. So it's a big difference to that what happened on the buildings of Felix Candela. That's the shell after the building, and the support is already gone. So there are some strange walls here in between, which are not structural, of course. They are spatially, because here's the entrance into the shell, into the Seehose. And as you see, there has been a big opening on the top, which is for the ventilation of the restaurant. And this is basically what is the story about East Germany. You have the prefab housing blocks in the back, which have been done in a factory in big numbers, and they have been repeated for many times. And this is the background, and then in the foreground or in the middle, it had to be always the Müther building. So this is a very typical scenery you had in East Germany. Like für den Schwung sind sie zuständig. Ulrich Müther had to bring in a building which is totally opposite to this type of block building. And if you compare it with other design projects of Müther, it's most of the time the same. So this is a typical image here. And that's an image of the interior I have to show, and it's a little bit more robust, and it's a little bit different, very different to the Candela image. And you see it's a lot smaller, and it's a little bit more Baltic, a little bit robust, the interior. But it's like it is. And these are recent photographs we did maybe a couple of 5 years ago or so, which shows the building in the circumstances we have in the moment. So it's in pretty good shape, and it's still working as a restaurant, and it's a quite popular place to go in Potsdam. And here we see it above, which is also quite interesting because it's on the water, and there could have been taken photographs as in the situation Felix Candela did with a reflecting pool in front of the building. This is the harbor, and but we don't have any photographs which are similar, so nobody had the idea to photograph it from the water. But here again you see the shape of the building, which is of course very similar to the Xochimilco project. And a couple of images which have been showed before, that what happened on the building side. That's amazing, that amount of people on it. But this is here Bacardi, so later on Felix Candela was also using a kind of pump for Bacardi. But still, there are lots of people on it, and I don't know how this pump is working, but somehow they were pumping the concrete up there, and we were doing shotcrete construction. And this is how it looked on the building sites of Ulrich Müther, and that's very important. They had two of these concrete pumps, and if you look very closely, there's a Mercedes star in front of it, and they had two of them in white. And it was a Western quality material, of course, and then here again the shot greeting process with basically two people managing everything. And of course, this is in the 80s, so lots of years later. And this is again here Ulrich-Müther on the site. So here the photographs are also similar, and Felix Candela has photographs on the site, on the shell, but here not very many people. Later they had even white clothes to look more scientific, probably, these workers. I don't know. And this is Rostock-Lückenklein as a project. And the question here with this project of Ulrich-Müther is it a copy of Felix Candela or not? A copy would be a negative quote, but I think it's a kind of homage to Felix Candela, and this we have been seeing also before, because other people did also these homages, and we have here Jörg Schleich seen before with his interpretation or with his homage to Felix Candela. This has been actually demolished already 82. And it's a little bit smaller than the other ones we saw. It's in between actually, it's 26 meters. And that's the surprising thing here, it's just a centimeter in comparison to 4 or 6 centimeters in Candela's or Müther's work. And this is due to the GRP reinforcement inside. And one difference is also that Jörg Schleich did this prefab, so he was doing the 8 shells, I think on one mold or one formwork, and then joined them on the building site to one large shape. I think probably for the Berlin session we tried to invite the son of Schleich to talk about that building, Mike Schleich. That would be quite interesting, I think, to hear why they demolished the building in 82. And of course I found this here, again an homage to Felix Candela, and here are also the sizes. This is very big. This is 51 meters, and the height is 30 meters, and the thickness of the shell is 8 centimeters. And if you look at the formwork, basically didn't change very much. There's metal support in between. This has been done by Peri, as far as I know, quite a large company. And this system here has been, of course, 2003, much more advanced than before. And again, a reflecting pool here in front. And the comparison from Ulrich-Müther to Isler depends, as we saw already this morning, very much on his publication. He did 59 at IASS, and we have, which has been mentioned before, the freely shaped hill, the hanging cloth, and the membrane under pressure. And the difference here to Candela is that actually Müther knew Isler personally, so they met and they were kind of friendship was existing. I know from the widow of Ulrich-Müther, for Müther, that they were traveling to Switzerland a couple of times and met Isler in Zurich and in his home. So definitely Müther was influenced by Candela and Isler, of course. And I think my interpretation is that these 3 buildings, what I'm showing now, they are influenced by the strategy of form shaping by Heinz Isler. So the first one I'm showing is the famous UFO you showed before. I think it's an interpretation on a building which is on a freely shaped hill. And this is the building company yard of Müther in Binz on the island Rügen, and that's how they built actually this UFO. So they made a sand hill shaped, not so much freely, but they made the geometric dimensions with stencils out of wood, and then formed this positive hill, and then had a coating with cement on top to make it smooth. They were sanding it down, and they had this positive form here, and on top of the positive form they had a negative form, which is this here, which was formed by the positive, of course, and then took it off and turned it around in 180 degrees, and then this here, this form is actually the form for this U-form. And here's the geometric plans for this. We have in the archive, of course. And that's the construction. So out of the negative shell we saw before, this came out, and the top shell and the underneath shell are exactly the same. They have been joined here with metal plates, and they were melting, not melting, schweißen the two shells together. So they have it joined here at that point, and then they did the montage with the crane. And this is to stabilize, of course, the shape. The only difference of the lower shell is there's a cross in between of concrete beams to rest on the pole support. Otherwise, there would have been a problem to fix this here. So there's a reinforcement in the undershell. And this is a photograph from 81. And you see the difference, as we heard before, there have been two towers actually. This is the first one on the beach in Vins, and the first one, you can distinguish the two ones with this bridge which is underneath the tower. And this bridge is cantilevering out, and the stairs are behind here. And this is a hyperbolic bridge here as well, which is not easy to see here, but underneath it's a hyperbolic shape. And the support under the tower is a little bit longer than on the second version. Unfortunately, this has been demolished because there has been a historic bridge here before, and this was not under protection building, so they took this off, and here now there is a bridge going into the water. But Ulrich-Müther had a chance to build another one later on, which is the second tower, which is still existing. The second tower is from 81. Here again the size is 5 meters, which is quite small. And here you see the bridge underneath here is missing. They didn't build that, and they had just this metal stair next to it, which is not as elegant as the one which has the bridge underneath. And what is quite important, we had a renovation of this tower by the Stiftung in 2017, and they made a perfect restoration of the building. So, and here you see the bridge in the background where the other tower has been. And the second project I'm going to show, which is influenced by Heinz Isler, is now it's called a Cliff Hotel, and it's a roof of a swimming pool, also on the island Rügen. We saw some images already before, and I think it's of course formed by the method of a hanging cloth. That's the section here. So you have the hanging shell, but Müther was putting this onto it as a drainage for the roof. And this is here a section through the swimming pool here. And you were, of course, right. The structural support here for the shell is on the edges. Here and here are the columns. And this one has a distance between here. and the distance here is open, so you could see the water drainage into the ground, and this was open with a Perspex glass lid. And this is the detail which is not so easy, because for a heated swimming pool you need insulations on it, on the shell, and the drainage is also not too easy. You had to deal also with the swimming pool which is around, and this whole system here is electrically heated, not to having condensation. And you see also here, that's the original version with the glass. So if you were swimming here, you could look into the drainage of this roof. And here are some details that he had to care about, physical things which were important for a swimming pool. And of course, the problem with these kind of shells is the formwork, because they are not hyperbolic, so you have to do a formwork which is pretty much complex, and you have the hanging part, but you have also this part of this element, Isler-Müther, added to it, and this makes it quite complex here, the formwork. And also, if you continue, this is really a lot of work to do, really. And you have the reinforcement here, still few workers. And mostly the company of Isler-Müther covered everything. They were doing the formwork out of timber and metal. And they were doing the reinforcement for the shell, and of course they were doing the spraying for the shell. So Müther's company was highly specialized in doing all of the necessary things. In Magdeburg, as far as I know, the biggest shell he did, they had another company doing the support structure. But mainly they were doing everything by themselves. And here you see the beautiful shell. I think it's one of the most beautiful shells Müther did. That's the end of this drainage bit here, which is hanging down, and the pool is there without water inside. And here you see a period photograph with the pool here reflecting again, and this is this Perspex piece, which is in between the shell and in between the surface of the swimming pool. And you were showing this image with the metal ring inside there, and they changed it, but now the good news is, in the moment I don't have any photograph, but the Perspex ring is back. So the director of the hotel... You have a photograph? Okay, great. Yeah. And it's back, and it's beautiful again, because it's a little bit stupid to have here a metal part, a metal tube inside. And this is a quite elegant space and a quite elegant structure, of course, I think. And I found a third project where you can apply the principles of Heinz Isler. This is a gymnasium in Ginst from 85, and this is the shape is derived by the pressure method of Isler. And here we have the sizes 15 by 15 meters, but two of the shells, Buckelschale you call it, which are 8 centimeter thick. And he built it actually similar to the way Heinz Isler did it. He had laminated timber trusses, and then on these trusses there are the wood wool slabs, and I think that's the construction Heinz Isler was doing on many buildings. That means here you have a kind of lost formwork, which you don't require that much timber to have the formwork for that. And you see still the wood wool structure underneath, and here you see the joints of this wood wool structure. This also gives, of course, insulation to the building, because this building is heated, of course, and it helps for the acoustic, and it stays in the building. What you see also, there's a net underneath, but that's just for protection of the lights, that the lights are not going to be destroyed. This building is a typical East German building because this had to be very, very cheap, and it's a very small place. It's a little village in Rügen, and they needed this sports hall, which is very simple and had to build very cheap. That's how it looks from outside. Nothing special really, apart from the two shells on top of it, and the rest is pretty much simple and standard masonry work. Even the windows, it could be from a residential block. And I think that photograph is not too old, so the building looks in the moment still like that. And we have some drawings from the archive, of course, where you see how the shells are working and the geometry of the shells. And here as well. Thank you.
Thank you for highlighting these commonalities between these three wonderful builders. I would like to open to questions and comments if any of you would like to begin the conversation.
It's not a comment, I only would like to give a correction. The place where the Ahornblatt maple leaf has been built is not Alexanderplatz.
Oh,
That's another very important place, but not the place where this building has been built. This place is called the Fisher Island.
Yes.
It's not that far away, but it's very up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your talks. They were really inspiring. Particularly, I know that other speakers will touch on this, but what is the present state of these buildings in terms of heritage? And are they listed buildings? Is there an agency that is looking after them and preserving them?
For instance, the last building I showed from Candela-Isler-Müther in Warsaw, it's a Denkmalschutz, it's a monument with protection, and but there is not enough money to save the building, to bring it alive again. That's the reason, because the government says, okay, we'll restore the shell, we give money for the shell, but someone else has to work inside of the shell to propose a new way of using the spaces. And that's the reason, because these two groups from students from Rosenheim and Magdeburg, they are working together and proposing what they will do, but they are also, I don't know how old was the exhibition I showed in the City Carré, maybe you know it too, when was this exhibition, but they are fighting in order to get money, sponsors, to bring alive this building. That's about Heinz, maybe Dino can tell you something about Candela.
Well, Candela, we can see some of the state of the structures last 2 days, and more preoccupant is obviously Manantiales, no? Because the churches are normally in very good state, no? Best or worse, but is the problem with Manantiales is that it's a owner, a private owner, no? And he can't take the government helps for restore the shed. It's a problem. But I want to ask Matthias about Müther.
I think it's basically pretty much the same with the three engineers. I think basically I don't think buildings are protected if they are under protection, because we were talking about Ahornblatt, and this building had Denkmalschutz, and it has been demolished. So it's not really a protection that in the end, it's not a guarantee to get money for restoration. And a lot of buildings are actually of Ulrich are under protection, but the Ahornblatt has been demolished, and so this is no guarantee for it. But there are negatives, issues about a Müther building, like being in bad state, like the restaurant we saw 2 days ago. It's like that, but on the other hand, we have positive developments as well. As I showed the image of the Strandwache of the tower, we said it has been restored by a private company giving money in and to restore it, but just because it's such a special building and because it's small, so the money it's not so big. And I think Tanya's lecture next tomorrow is about Magdeburg. In Magdeburg, there's going to be a new development in the moment as well, because this project is the biggest of the Müther shells, is going to be restored pretty much soon as well. In this case, the city of Magdeburg is bringing money in. It's around 2 million to restore the structure of the shell. And the structure you showed that is almost about to collapse in the moment. There are lots of cracks and water damages and so on. And they want to reinforce the structure with fiber on it. And this costs already around 2 million euros. And there's still a question what you do inside, what is the function, and so on. But we have our impression of the Müther buildings that especially the restaurants are working quite well. But this is, I think, due to that Island of Rügen is a touristic place, and they need restaurants there. So they are owned privately, so the owner of the restaurants do restore the buildings, of course, and they do a cooperation with the heritage people. And there's always a discussion what kind of details you have to save and what compromises are you doing. And there has been a couple of compromises in restoring buildings of Ulrich Müther. We see them in some details we are not very happy because sometimes the facades are changing and so on, and we are not original anymore, but it's better than demolition.
Thank you.
I just have a little question to Dr. Oliva. First of all, thank you so much for your fascinating paper and the pictures provided, especially the pictures of the museum in Dübendorf, because I'm living in Dübendorf. This is a nice city. But my question is about something different. You mentioned that Maria Tisla helped her man in his experiments and his experimental architecture.
No, sorry. Maybe I didn't was clear enough. As much as I know, she helped him with the administration or organization of his office, not for making experiments with the shells. But John Chilton, maybe you can give us the right answer.
Yes, as far as I know, she didn't help with any of the experiments. She ran the office very efficiently,
Yes.
so that
Yes.
he had the money to carry on doing his experiments and creating beautiful shells. She was mainly administration.
Yes, and in those meetings I met Tisla. He was always her wife. She was always accompanying him. So that was it. Okay.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I would have a question to address to Matthias about Ulrich Müther, because I found it very enlightening to see the differences you highlighted between the three engineers, architect engineers. What I found was remarkable that Candela and Isla, they both had projects in the industries, the industrial buildings. Müther, as you described it, was kind of a counterpart for the industrial and prefab housing planning, and he built cultural buildings, etc. Were there any attempts made to include this industrial building and industrial building sites into his office, or was it clear that he did not didn't want to involve in industrial buildings?
Yeah, I mean, there was a very clear separation between that. This is a very interesting question, but basically there has been the town planning around already, and Müther was, I think they're involved quite late into that project, and then they said, okay, there's a square, and now we need you, and we have to do something on the square which is attractive and which helps the society. So these buildings, German is called Sonderbauten, they are always a kind of special interests in these new socialist settlements. And they were asking him to do that, and they were not industrialized, of course. But he repeated these structures sometimes because, of course, the hyperbolics you can do in the same size once again because you have already the drawings of the reinforcement and so on. But basically, yes, it was that what was wanted. So there was the industrialized housing blocks and the handmade buildings of Müther, and this gave in the end of East Germany somehow, not everywhere, but in the parts of East Germany which have been newly developed, especially in the 60s. So we know that East Germany was not, the society of East Germany was not so much interested in the old towns. They developed new towns, of course, and they had quite a big effort on it. And it's also due to that that the industrialized housing blocks they were controlled basically in Berlin, and Müther was on Rügen, so he was really quite far from Berlin. I mean, there was contact, but Müther tried to be independent, of course. So it's, I think it's two different roads are shown.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question that perhaps relates to Rainer's question. You pointed out that there were about 74 shells by Müther, and we heard before that, like in terms of Candela, the production of shells decreased rapidly in the mid-60s, right? Because labor just became too expensive. And the same thing happened in Switzerland as well, with a delay of perhaps 10 years. Was that then also the case in East Germany, or was it due to the cultural project, not an issue?
Well, I mean, it was also due to that in East Germany. Even they had less people on the building site, it was expensive to build. So it's pretty much the same thing. At one point, the shells ran out of popularity, and then Müther stopped building hyperbolic shells at one point. I talked with that Georg about it, and Georg said there was also one project Müther has had problems with the client, and Georg says maybe that's also the reason that because the building process with Müther was not always very easy. So in the archive we find also a lot of letters where the clients are complaining about the quality on the site, and he was not right in time and so on. Probably that was also the reason, but basically the hyperbolic shells were out of time. Then Müther stopped with that, but he started then building other shells, because apart from that he did the planetarium spheres, and this was onwards from the 80s. So he didn't do hyperbolic anymore, he did his planetariums, and quite a couple of them, but as a subcontractor. Because it was normally there were contracts, large contracts from the GDR and from Carl Zeiss Jena, and they sold them. That's why Müther actually did a lot of projects abroad, because the GDR government sold them to other countries, to Western Germany, Wolfsburg, for example, the planetarium, and they made money with that. But Müther did just the shotcrete of the shell. And the rest of the architectural parts around the planetarium is done by other building companies, and also there were other architects involved, of course. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthias Beck, and he will be talking about the new norms for the Swiss industry. Candela-Isler's radical approach in the 1950s.
Thank you. Okay, thank you once again. And yeah, I'm grateful that Professor Salinas and also you, Matthias, already presented some of the work of Isla to give you a better overview, because I only want to focus on the very first years of Isla's professional career and the evolution of the pneumatic shell structures. This.
Vorwärts ist rückwärts und rückwärts ist vorwärts.
Ah, okay, very good. Thank you.
Das steht genau andersrum. Upside down or upside down.
So here you can see some of the biographical data. Isla, we heard it already, was born in 26 and studied structural engineering at the ETH in Zurich. And just after his diploma thesis in 1950, he became a professor of assistant at the chair of Professor Lali, and 3 years later then founded his own engineering office in Burgdorf. He realized about 1,400 shell structures, most of them being pneumatic shell structures for the Swiss industry, which we're going to see later. And in 2011, as we already heard, the archive of the office was transferred to the archive of the GTA. So, just to start, I would like to show you the diploma thesis of Heinz Isler, which he actually did in 1950 at the chair of Professor Lali. And the task was actually to cover a textile factory in the center of Switzerland, in the Midland. And this is like the initial pages that you see here. And at the beginning, he basically explored several options for this textile factory, how to roof it, how to provide a cover. And here you can see some of them. The first one here being some basilicum cross-section, just to provide daylight in the intersection of the spaces. Then just some truss options here, some classic shed, and then option B being a shed structure using shell elements. And this is actually the option that he then favored and worked out in the diploma thesis, and actually opted for this one for being the most efficient one structurally, and also providing a lot of daylight in the deep spaces of the factory spaces. Well, he then, after finishing his diploma in 1950 with distinction, he was becoming an assistant of Professor Lali. And Professor Lali at that time was a very eminent figure at the advancement of pre-stressed concrete, which had just been established about 20 years before in the 1920s in mostly France and Germany. And Lali was not only very well known for his contributions in pre-stressed concrete, but also for his lectures, where he emphasized very much on the aesthetic and architectural qualities of concrete structures or basically infrastructure projects in general. And here you can see some excerpts or some scripts of his courses called Die Formgestaltung in Eisenbeton und in vorgespannten Beton, which you could roughly translate as material appropriate design of reinforced concrete structures. And in that lecture, he also discussed a lot of contemporary engineering works and really criticized them also for their not only constructional but also architectural qualities. So this was, of course, a very important influence for the young Heinz Isler working at the chair. And here you can see some of the slides that they used in the lecture of that very course. And you can see here that they used many works of Eduardo Torroja, and like Fronton de Coletas or the Hippodrome, the lectures. And Torroja at that time was also like a frequent guest at ETH Zurich and became a close friend of Professor Ladi. And Eduardo Torroja, who had worked a lot with experimental methods in Spain in the years before, he actually convinced them Ladi to set up his own lab for experimental testing, which he then established in 1953. This being also a course here, experimental methods, giving the master classes or in the diploma curriculum. And Heinz Isler then also worked in this newly set up model testing workshop at the beginning of the 50s. Here you can see some plexiglass testing models in this case, also for a shed structure in Langendorf. And finally, to sum up the different subjects that were dominant and important at the chair of Professor Ladi, it was shell structures, and Ladi stressed in his lectures that the shell structures still had a lot of untapped potential and would be a great field for the young structural engineers to pursue. And I said it already, pre-stressed concrete was also a subject, and that was very important at the chair and also in the teaching. So a few years later, in 1953, Isler had his first real shell project for the Hotel Kreuz in Langenthal. And in this project, which is like the first shell that he built there, back then working for the engineering firm Weder and Grimm. And in this project, he already amalgamates like all these important factors from the teaching from Professor Ladi, which is shell structures, pre-stressed concrete, and also obviously experimental testing. Here you can see the setup for with the strain gauges and the loads here on the left-hand side, and then here the finished shell of the Hotel Kreuz in 1954. Well, this being the first shell, yet it was still conceived by geometrical considerations. It was not an optimized shell structure, and for that reason he was also unsatisfied with the first result, or at least not completely confident with the result. And then he tried he was thinking and pondering on how to optimize it, how to come up with a better shape, a better design. And he then came up with the idea of using an inflated membrane, basically like a rubber membrane with inner pressure. And here the so-found shell shape would be fairly optimal, because if you have like very small inclinations, it's like almost the perfect funicular form that you would find. You can see that rubber membrane for the first project that was designed with this method, which is glass tush, which you're going to see in a minute. And here you can see this casket made of wood, and then here the rubber membrane. Note that it basically drops down here at the corners a little bit, just in order that you have like double curvature at any place here of the rectangle. Well, at the beginning, this is quite interesting. He studied a variety of different options for glass truss, and again, he was very much concerned about bringing a lot of daylight into the factory hall. And here you can see the first option, consisting of 3 shell structures. It's basically all a modular setup with one module measuring roughly 20 by 40 meters. And in this first option, he suggests to come up with this elliptical skylight at the center. Then the second option would be some sort of basilican cross-section here with the upper shell element lifted up. And then you would have ribbon windows all around to bring in the light. Option 3, again the shell structures, the pneumatic shell structures, just lifted up on one side to provide a shed roof. And then the last option, very for here, being a conoid shape with again like a shed-like structure with a conoid layout of the shed. Well, he decided for this option, which is basically having no skylight at all, because apparently it seemed to be too daring at this moment to come up with so many new things at the same time, and there were also time constraints. So he basically poured the 3 modules one after the other. You can see the first section, and here you can see the result as it looks today, or actually this is the situation found last year. Here with the frames, the concrete frame, the parameter beams. Note that the beams also drop down here a little bit. You can see why in a second. You can again see this like frame-like connection at the corners, and you see that the concrete beams are here basically pulled down, not only because it's more beneficial for frame action, but also because you have to communicate between the shell structure, which is dropping down here in the corners, and the surrounding parameter beams. Well, the next project where he finally introduced these apertures, the openings of the skylight, was here the Glaser AG in Hasle-Rübsau, not too far away from Glaser we've just seen. This one was built in 1956, again for the firm of Weder and Prim. And here you can see the construction sequence. Here they poured 2 shells at once, so they had to use 2 scaffolds. They had to establish 2 scaffolds, which they could then use for the second time for the second pour. This is here the pouring the concrete of the second stage. You can see the big circular openings with a 5-meter diameter, and here you can see the cross sections of the building, kind of similar in size like the one we've seen before, the glass truss. This one would measure 14 by 20 meters, and you have a thickness of about 10 centimeters here. You can see the curve plan and the layout of the parameter beams. Here on the curve plan you can see nicely that it becomes fairly flat here towards the apex, and then it basically drops down more drastically towards the parameter. Here the layout of the rebars, which was put in basically in 2 layers, top layer and bottom layer, and well, all put out in orthogonal fashion. And here, quite important, I mentioned before the post-tensioning tendons, which are always integrated in the parameter beams, because the shells are so shallow that they would exert a lot of horizontal thrust, so that they are basically inconceivable without the use of pre-stressed concrete. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't work because it couldn't take the horizontal thrust. Here you can see the layout with the anchors and then the arrangement with curves in basically in 2 directions, one for gravity load and then one for the horizontal thrust. Okay, so this is winter 56-57. Now the first sequence here is completed with the 4 shells, but now, as the legend goes, there was no skylight available that would cover the 5 meter, and he was looking around searching for alternative options. There's also like a little pyramid structure made of glass that he suggested, but he could finally convince the client, Mr. Blaser, to come up with his own invention with a polyester skylight, and that he developed then during the winter or in spring of 57. And here you can see a little sketch, like a schematic display of this whole production sequence. They basically used a mold here, like a little hill, and then they put out the different layers of polyester fabric. Here you can see the different sheets of polyester fabric. At the beginning they used polyester fabric, and later on they would switch to glass fiber. The early ones are all made of polyester. And here, like spraying the resin on top, and you can then see the finalized product as they brought it into the site. Well, this is some shot from the interior. This is also quite nice here. The central column also shaped according to the horizontal forces that the column is subjected to. And here you can see already one evolutionary step. If you compare to glass truss, here you can see that the shell connects here with this rounded corner and to the perimeter beams, and in that way it would avoid this pulling down effect that you have seen before at the corners, which was constructionally a little bit harder to achieve. It was already said before, I think Professor Salinas pointed it out, that he sold the patent for these polyester skylights to the firm of Eschmann in Thun, also not too far away. This was a manufacturer of plastic products, and with the money that he basically retrieved from the patents, he could then set up his own office in Lüsach-Schachen in the same year, in 1958. Again, you see some interior cues of Eschmann, which is almost identical to the one that we have just seen before. If you compare layout, also the articulation of the column, the parameter beams, it's almost identical to the one that we've seen for the firm of Blaser before. Only that you have here on the outside the connections a little bit more articulated, showing a little bit more vividly the play of the forces here in the frames. And here you can also see the anchorage of the tendons on the outside. Here's some more contemporary views. And then only 1 year later, in 1959, he comes up with the design of the distribution center for coke in Weimen, also in the same area, now with a covered space of 54 by 59 meters, and it's the biggest pneumatic shell that he ever built. basically only 5 years after the very first one that we built in 54. And with this shell, this first formation process of building pneumatic shell structures is basically already concluded. It will prove to be very successful in the following years. Again, you can see some cross sections of cope. Again, here the different strands of the tendons and how they are connected here at the corner, and then these like small skylight arrangements at the roof. Here's some more contemporary images here from the inside and also from the outside with the skylight. Well, as I said before, I mean, this method proved to be extremely successful for the industry, and he built numerous structures throughout Switzerland, also beyond. And many clients were very enthusiastic about the structures because, first of all, they were very efficient. Secondly, they could span very wide spaces without any columns. And also, quite an important factor, quite an important advantage that they had to other competing systems. They were fireproof due to the use of concrete. You can see that he offered them basically in small modules that were standardized. You can see here that the smallest one here are about 15 to 15, and they basically come in staggered proportions up to the one of cope with 54 by 59 meters. You can again see the modular character that they can be arranged in different fashions, in different configurations. And this is perhaps the prime example where you can see really the development and the success of this construction method. This is the premises of the firm Plaza Swiss Loop. This is a manufacturer of lubricants, again in the same area. And here you can see the very first one that we just saw in 56, where you first applied the circular skylights, and then 2 years later you built the next sequence, the next construction stage. And in the mid-60s, this one, then followed by the 3 shells in the early 70s, and then in the mid-70s, and finally the one here at the upper part of the image in 92. So you can really trace the evolution of this system throughout the decades. And this building, or this firm, really represents the success of this method very nicely. Thank you.
For these very illuminating images and information. Our next speaker is Eduardo Alarcón, and he will talk to us about Candela-Isler-Müther in Mexico, specifically the metro station.
Hi, good morning. I'm trying to improve my English, so if it's something wrong, please raise your hand. I'm going to talk about my master degree project about concrete shells in subway station. The first metro subway line in Mexico City. As you know, all big cities like New York, London, Paris have subway systems since the end of the 19th century or the early 20th century. You must remember the London Underground, Metro Paris, Metro. You can remember the entrances of the Paris subway stations designed by Cdmx, Art Nouveau, and also is very known New York subway. You must know Rafael Guastavino subway station. But in Mexico City, Mexico City authorities didn't want to construct metro system because of the soil. Remember that Mexico City was constructed in a lake, and Mexico City soil is very complicated. As you know, in the southern part of Mexico City, here in the Unam, is volcanic soil, but in the center of Mexico City is lake soil. It's a very complicated soil. So engineers made a lot of projects to build metro system, but politicians didn't want to build metro. This image represents the transportation system during the early 60s. All the buses or the railways were not enough to transport all the population from all the villages to the center of the city. So very important engineer was Bernardo Quintana. Bernardo Quintana was the one who promoted metro system in Mexico City. He had a project to solve the problem of the soils. In 1966 came a new governor of the Mexico City named Alfonso Corona del Rosal, who promoted to build the first metro line. This was the first project of the metro system. We had 3 initial lines around the center of Mexico City. Here is the university, here we are in the south, here is the center. So the first project was to build 3 lines around the center of Mexico City. And the engineer, Bernardo Quintana, solved the problem of the soil. The first idea was to inaugurate the first line during the Olympic Games in 1968, but engineers preferred to inaugurate this first line until next year, 1969. So about 49 years ago. This year we are celebrating the 50 years of Mexico Summer Olympics. So the next year we are going to celebrate the 50 years of first metro line. First metro line was from west to east, since Chapultepec to the airport. The other 2 lines were built during the early 70s. Well, the engineers prefer not to invite architects, but we made some exception to the design of the metro to the subway stations. This is a very important subway station designed by Salvador Ortega. Salvador Ortega is the author of the Tower of Rectory with Mario Pani in the University City. In this case, Salvador Ortega designed the Metro Insurgentes in Glorieta Insurgentes. It's a very interesting design made of cylindrical design. Metro is underground. Well, engineer Bernardo Quintana had a partner architect named Ángel Borja Navarrete. Ángel Borja Navarrete had an important group of architects that admired Felix Candela's work. So Ángel Borja Navarrete invited Felix Candela to build and to design and build 4 subway stations for this first line. Remember that we are in the late 60s. Felix Candela was designing the Sport Palace for the Summer Olympics, and as Dino del Cueto said, in the late 60s, concrete shells were not under construction. Felix Candela was already separate from Cubierta Sal. Felix Candela designed the subway stations alone. Well, here is the first station. It's Metro Banderas. It's a vault composed of 4 hyperbolic paraboloids with 4 supports in the center. The plan is a square about 18 meters per edge. From this point to this point we have about 18 meters. To the center point we have 9 meters, and we have this interesting vault. Well, we have all the best design of the stations is Merced and Candela stations. Here we have the Merced Market, an interesting project of Enrique del Moral. Here it's a very huge market, and in the engineering design, the metro comes down the market. As we can see the design of this umbrella, there are very unusual umbrellas. We have this shape, this umbrella is composed with 12 hyperbolic parabolas. The same solution was used in Metro Candelaria. As you can see, this picture represents the subway station under construction, and as you can see, this umbrella has 12 hyperbolic paraboloids that come from this point to this point. This hyperbolic paraboloid, the surface begins vertical and ends horizontal. As you can see, the shape begins vertical and ends horizontal. It's one of the best designs of Felix Candela. It's one of his latest designs, but as my opinion, is one of his best designs. Not only of the structural shapes, the architects that participate in this project prevent to illuminate the station, the subway station that is underground, with natural light. The solar light is illuminating all the subway stations, because as you know, subway stations are very dark. So architects try to design with natural illumination, natural light. Here is an image about 1969. The subway system was early inaugurated. These orange trains that are very famous in Mexico City. In 1969 was inaugurated the system, and as we can see, this great design. It's important to say that the graphic designer Lance Wyman designed all the typography, all the logotypes in the metro system. Lance Wyman was an American designer who also designed all the symbols of Mexico Summer Olympics. All the typography and all the logos of Summer Mexico Olympics were designed by Lance Wyman. And Lance Wyman also made this design in the metro, in the subway system. Well, I studied Metro San Lázaro, the station. I document all the construction process. As you can see, here are the workers. They have already put the formwork. They are putting all the steel. The supports have already constructed, and it's a very interesting shape. It's Estación San Lázaro. The formwork has already put down, and we have the shape composed by hyperbolic parabolas. And we have this, it's about 40 meters between this point and this point. In plan, we have a square of 40 meters per edge. And part of the design, we have in the top these windows to illuminate the inside with natural light. We can see the subway tunnel here where the trains are going to travel, and in the upper side we have the concrete shape, the hyperbolic paraboloids. All these photographs are part of the archive of Fundación ICA. ICA means Civil Engineer Associated. I saw the archive of ICA, and I took all these photographs of this archive. It's a very interesting archive. Well, this photograph is of another archive of the Museum of the Photography. Here are some students of the Polytechnic, of the Politecnico. Here, there are students of architecture visiting the construction of the San Lázaro station. As you can see, these windows in the upper sides serve to illuminate the inside of the station with natural light. Well, here is the construction. Well, this photograph is of Felix and Dorothy Candela archive in Princeton University. We can see the construction of the border walls. And this is a very interesting design because they are going to put here a very huge windows to illuminate the inside with natural lights. Watch that they have already built all the perimeter walls. Well, the station is finished. All the doors, the perimeter walls. And it's very important to see that part of the design is an open space. Here is part of the graphical design. As I told you, this is design of Lars Wyman, a very important graphic designer that participated in the Mexican Summer Olympics. Well, here is the windows that serve to illuminate the interiors and the underground places. From this point to this point, we have about 20 meters. Look at the inside of the station. Well, unfortunately, the station is in bad aspect. Originally, there were these corridors, discovered corridors of hyperbolic paraboloids. As you can see, the people travel in the open space. Here is the entrance of the station. And this is the main street, the main avenue. And you can see these corridors covered of hyperbolic paraboloids. These corridors no longer exist, and this is the main esplanade that communicate the station with the main street. This photograph is about 70 years. You can see this kind of cars, this kind of buses, they were very popular in the 70 years. In the 70s, yeah. Well, this photograph is of the 80s. Here is a market in the esplanade. And here it's the Terminal Tapo. Terminal Tapo is the bus stop, the station stop of all the buses that came from Puebla, from Veracruz. It was a very ambitious project that was behind the original station. This is the photograph of the decade of the 90s. Look at the people in the esplanade and the corridors still in use. But in the 200s, they built this ugly building to communicate the other station of the new line. And from this moment, people don't use the big esplanade, as you can see in this photograph. This is a photo from Google Earth. Here are the main 8 avenues. Here is the station. Here is the ugly structure that communicates with the other station. Here is an informal market. And here is the station, the big bus station, Tapo. All the buses that come from Puebla, from Veracruz. And in this point, well, it's sad to see a recent picture of the subway station. You know? The main esplanade is no longer in use. This ugly building don't harmonize with the original project. And here is the inside. It's full of people, full of informal markets, and it's a very dark station during the day. The original project was to be a very lighted inside, a very lighted interior, but now it's very dark because the ugly building is in this side. Well, as I told you, it's full of people, it's a very important station. The original places were not here. And here are some of the new places that have built in the station. This local was not part of the original project, for example. And as you can see, there are many places that are not in use. No. Here is the big window that originally was to illuminate inside, but here is not in use, this space. As you can see, the supports are damaged. We have the action of the water all these plants have grown in these points. The impermeabilization system is not the optimum, and all these plants have grown in these points. Look at inside the action of the water. It's not fair. And there are many projects to solve the mobility in this part of the city. You know? This is a project of the architect Alberto Calach. Alberto Calach is the same architect that designed the Vasconcelos Library. Alberto Calach made this project. He proposed to destroy Candela building and build this structure. Here is the Tapo station. Here is the Cumberi, the old jail. Here is the Congress building. Here is a Teodoro González de León building. Here is the Merced Market. And Alberto Calach proposed to build a lot of trees and this station instead of the Candela structure. This is Alberto Calach design. I don't like it.
Maybe so, Matthias. Maybe so, Müther project of the swimming pool.
And here is another project. Here is the name of the atelier is called OTC Planning and Design. The office is in Hong Kong. It proposed to build all these buildings. They didn't touch the Candela station, but they construct all these buildings that they merited the original project. So my project is to rebuild the corridors and to restore the esplanade, to restore the plaza. Here is the station No? Here is the annex. Here is all of these are green areas. But for me, the importance of this project is those renders were made by Moises. Moises helped me to do these renders. But this is part of my project to restore the plaza and make a connection with the station with the main avenues. And here's very important. In the inside, I propose, part of my project is to build two elevators for people who use wheelchairs, to connect the main vestibule to the entrances to the trains. This is part of my project to restore old Candela structures, because this station is a very important connector in the west part of the city. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Eduardo. I must add that the places he was talking about are incredibly congested but seem to function. And so that's also important. Our next speaker is Marisela Mendoza, and she will be talking about Felix Candela's legacy in the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So yes, it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. It's great to be back at my home university and speak about Felix Candela Square in the United Kingdom. I will speak about. I will speak about two buildings. One where Felix Candela collaborated directly, and the second one, he did not collaborate on that building, but the architects were inspired by his work done in Mexico and also in London, close to London. Well, the reason that I'm presenting comes from an award that I was given by the Royal Institute of British Architects in 2010, and it was to look at Felix Candela's legacy, an investigation of his work and his legacy to the socio-cultural heritage and public identity of the contemporary society in Mexico and the UK. I was very much interested to find out how the contemporary societies are looking at these buildings, what do they think about them, and how do they live in them. The mentor for this research project was Professor Chilton, who is with us today. So, and I have just chosen two selected publications that came out from this research work, which actually is continuing. I never thought that I would encounter so much information and so many interesting and exciting things to continue researching. So I'm going to touch very briefly on Felix Candela. Dino talked about him, and Professor Olive as well. So, but I think it's interesting. It's always interesting to know the person behind these shells. And Candela was very much inspired by the Spanish philosopher Ortega Gasset. And he said that he was a product of the circumstance, which is very true. He was born in Spain in 1910. He studied architecture in Madrid, and then he had to. He was involved in the Spanish Civil War, as I mentioned. And when he was about to fly, to go to Germany or to further his studies, he joins the Republicans. They lose the Ebro battle, and then Candela is in a concentration camp in Perpignan in France, and then he is received in Mexico as an exile from Spain. Now it's also very interesting because he arrives in Mexico, and at the moment that he arrives in Mexico, it's a very fertile ground from what he wanted to do. Now he was not, he didn't have a license to build or to design in Mexico, so he was just building buildings that would make a living would make a living for him. But he never stopped, and his persistence is something that was very much awarded later on with his shells. So you can see him here experimenting with concrete, experimenting with shells, which is exactly what he wanted to do. But what I found even more interesting is that he always said that what was really attractive to him was the hyperbolic paraboid. And it was this paper by Aymond, the French researcher, that actually made him understand and research more about these particular shapes, these umbrella structures. So he started doing these experimental shells in Mexico. And these are actually the shapes that would create his trademark. His trademark for industrial buildings in Mexico and in many other places. So around, I would say approximately 98% of his work, the work that Candela did was for industrial buildings. This is very interesting because most of the work that was known at the time by Candela, it was perhaps mainly about churches. Because of their virtuoso shapes and the poetry on those spaces. But what about the industrial buildings, which are and retail markets as well? So what about that percentage, that important percentage, and the people living in those spaces? So my research that was sponsored by the Royal Institute of British Architects was to look at Coyoacán Market that we visited, a Jamaican market which was sadly demolished after the earthquake of 1985. The shell itself did not fail, it was just a combination of the soil and the column, but there is very little information about it. But I did manage to also interview some of the vendors that gave some very interesting testimonies of what actually happened at the time. And in parallel, I was also looking at the John Lewis warehouse in Stevenage in the United Kingdom, and the Queensgate Market Hall at Huddersfield.
So I usually use this image, and it's from the great surrealist painter René Magritte, Belgian painter. And I say to my students that when I was looking at Candela's work, particularly umbrella structures for industrial buildings, if at first glance they all look the same, right? But for the observant architectural eye, when you get closer and closer, you realize that they are different, that they have subtle, distinct differences, and which actually make them even more interesting. So I will start with the John Lewis warehouse. It was built in 1963 with the famous architecture firm in the United Kingdom, Bjork, Rosenberg, and Mardell. They were one of the post-war architecture firms that were more proficient and better known in the UK at the time. This is Candela's first European project. He did the Our Lady of Guadalupe in Madrid, but it was not finished until 1965. So this is 1963. And it's really interesting because it was actually that first structure that Candela built in Europe. So how did that happen? Well, Candela was invited in 1959. He was invited by the Cement and Concrete Association, as well as the British Council, to give a series of lectures around the UK. And what is very interesting, and which I encountered looking at different archives in Princeton, in Columbia, and here in Unam, is that quite a lot of the articles that came out from his lectures around the UK were actually featuring. They were talking about the churches, there's no doubt about that, but mostly about his industrial buildings. And Betty Campbell, who was the editor at the time of the Concrete Quarterly, in one of the articles she said that Britain needs innovation, that Britain should be looking at Professor Candela's work in order to provide industrial architecture that is efficient and economical. So, and then during those lectures around the UK, he's invited by Francis York, by Francis York in London to have dinner at his place. And he also met Marcel, who was a prominent engineer working with York, Rosenberg, and Markdahl in various different projects. Now, just for you to understand what were the works of YRM at the time, they were actually involved in Gatwick Airport from 1959 to 58. So they were quite a prominent architectural firm in the United Kingdom. So they meet Candela, and they were very much inspired and impressed by his work in Mexico. And but I would like to say first that in terms of the precedent, so before Candela arrived, or at the time that Candela arrived to speak in the United Kingdom, there were already hyperbolic paraboloids. So this is the first series of HIPARs, umbrellas, that were built in the UK. And this is the mount stand for the cricket mount stand in Bristol. I took this photo, and this was built a month after Candela was speaking in the UK. I took this photo in 2013, the day before it was demolished. But also, we have the famous engineer that was mentioned earlier, O'Neill Ford, Texas engineer, who collaborated with Candela, or Candela collaborated with him, as you want to see it. But they did a couple of umbrellas in Texas. So O'Neill Ford was invited to do the first Texas Instruments factory outside the UK, outside the US, and this was in Bedford. In 1960, and there is still the umbrellas are still there, the structure is still there, but the use is different. It's now, as you can see here in this small image, is a gym now. There was also the Five Ways Garage in Wolverhampton, and they were constructed in 1961. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. But also there is the work of the famous architect Sam Scorer. Just talking with John yesterday, we were discussing that perhaps they are not as aesthetically beautiful as Candela's or other shell builders, but nevertheless, it's important to talk about them and to say that they were there before Candela was invited, or at the time that he was invited to speak in the United Kingdom. So the John Lewis Warehouse, I think it's very interesting to look at the context, because the John Lewis Warehouse is a departmental store. I don't know what would be the equivalent in Germany or in Switzerland, but in Mexico it's like El Palacio de Hierro. So it's a very important and prominent store. So they were looking, this was their warehouse in London in the 1940s, but then after the urban sprawl of London, of course, it was not enough, it was not big enough, and it was very difficult to handle all the merchandise on a multi-story building. So they wanted to have an open plan, a one-story building, a warehouse where they could actually then be close to the M1 and dispatch all the merchandise throughout the various different stores in the UK, particularly going north. So, and then they appointed YRM as the architects, and the result is that they chose the first new town, which is also very interesting for this structure, and is Stevenage, which is very close to London. So is this warehouse, which is quite open, is 75 shells. Quite interestingly, and again, Candela collaborated in this project. How much was the collaboration? We don't really know, but we know that he was a consultant in the project. And the interesting thing of these shells is that, well, they, as many other projects of Candela, they are tilted shells to the north to have some indirect light and to bathe the spaces with this indirect light in the building. And what is quite a feature as well, and you can see them from the motorway, is these docking areas where the lorries would just come, deliver, or or get in their lorries the merchandise and then just ship it or take it around the UK, the departmental stores. Now, I was saying earlier that I used the image of René Magritte because when I went to see the building, I realized that there are these marks, these board marks on the shells. And it was really interesting because, I mean, I didn't know why they were there. Of course, there was no structural reason for having a support here or anything else. So it was clear then that it was about how the concrete was casted, how the formwork was done. And then reading more literature and throughout interviews, then I found out that what they had done, it was a very interesting and unprecedented formwork, which was to have hinged the formwork, but they were casted with half formwork of the shelves. So each one of those modules would be hinged, and they just needed to lower it slightly, the formwork, then it would fall flat, and it would be able to be passed down to cast the next shell. So these would save quite a lot of time, and only 2 or 3 people were just working on that, which again Candela was proving here that his construction and his shells could be built in other countries where manpower was not as cheap and not as profuse. So you can see here, these are the half formwork for the shelves, and they use 15 of these units to cast all 75 shells. Quite interestingly as well, and conversely to what he had done with O'Neill Ford in the US, using wider planks for the formwork, in the John Lewis warehouse, he is using what's the width of the planks that he was using also in Mexico. And this gives a much more interesting and an expressive materiality on the appearance of the exposed concrete. And here, as I said, my research was about what the society think about it, what the users thought about it. And although by the time that I went to see the warehouse, it was closing down, I did manage to speak to some of the people still working there. And it was really interesting to see that there was this kind of cohesive and an inclusive approach in the design of the warehouse. So the John Lewis partners wanted to have not only state-of-the-art equipment that it would have been at that time in the 1960s, but they also wanted to have a state-of-the-art architecture, buildings that could correspond to the technology at the time. And quite a few of the partners of the John Lewis warehouse actually confirmed that. They said, we felt special under these buildings. We felt that we were on a building that was high-tech for the time. And I mean, it is a very interesting anecdote because, funnily enough, the warehouse, well, the John Lewis Partners shop was named the official departmental store of the Olympic Games in 2012. So indirectly, and not built for that purpose, but it became perhaps the second building that Candela built and that served for the Olympic Games later on. The second building that I mentioned at the very beginning is the Queensgate Market Hall in Huddersfield. Now, Candela did not collaborate directly in this building, but it was very much influenced by his work. The resident engineer that I met and I interviewed said to him that this was the Bible that they used when they were designing the building. He said, we had nothing else but just this book and some other articles, but this was the first inspiration. However, there is a long history about this market, and again I have to condense all of these, like 4 or 5 articles in just 20 minutes presentation, so I do welcome you to read the articles that I'm citing, or I'm happy to give you the references later. But Huddersfield is a town in the north of England, and it has a long history of markets and trade. And from the time of the Ramsden's family in the 17th century, they were looking at having a covered market. And it's in 1878 when they commissioned the architect Hughes to create this neo-Gothic building. And at the time, you can also see the other buildings that were built at the time, which were markets. So this shows how prominent the area was in terms of trade. So, but in the from the beginning of the 1950s and then later following the 1960s, then there is this regeneration of towns in the UK, looking at the ring roads, looking at vehicular movement, and there are 4 proposals to regenerate the town centre of Huddersfield. And so from that proposal, there are 4 stages, and then is the second stage that corresponds to demolish the neo-Gothic building, which of course, nowadays that would never happen in England. But then it was to demolish that market and then to find a new area for the new market. And then the team, the Murrayfield developers commissioned Seymour Harris partnership. And within that partnership was the architects Kenneth Wood, Winford Edwards, Roberts, and Alan Vaughan. The engineers were Leonard and Partners, and then within those partners there was also the engineer that I managed to still interview for this project, which is Colin Pryor, and who is a person that it was very key for the findings of this research. And as Ina was mentioning earlier, it's really interesting because it's a 21, so the proposal of the architects at the beginning was to cover the whole of the market with just one shell. But then, of course, the engineers and the contractors, they said, well, that is impossible. There's no shell that can cover such a big area. And so then you can see here from above how then, they started doing different proposals. It was first 1 shell, then 2 shells, until they arrived to the proposal of 21 freestanding shells, as you can see. Now, the interesting part of it is that the terrain is also on a slope, and the architects play with the height of the columns in order to provide openings between the shells. The opening between the shells is around 50 centimeters, so it's not a lot, but it allowed the movement of the shelves. I think it's quite a lot, around 40 centimeters each way that they kind of move. And you can see here as well, in this cross-section, how the columns, they go all the way down, and then they play with the sloping terrain. What is also interesting is that on the front side of the market, so there was a bus station here, and then there was a main access for the people. But then as the terrain goes down, then the building would meet the ring road, and there would be this very iconic view of the shells. As I was mentioning earlier, then there was this distance between shell and shell, and the way of dealing with the movement of the shells was to create for the windows this neoprene-like material that was allowing the shell. Well, you have the windows, and this would be the concertina element that would allow the glass to be fixed to the top of the shell, and then be attached to the other part of the shell, but have this concertina movement to allow the shell to freely move. So this is the part of the ring road that I was mentioning earlier. So it's very iconic. And it was also, it's a very iconic building because there aren't many buildings of markets that still remain the art and architecture that was approached at the time. So there are these ceramic panels by the famous artist Fritz Steller, and they are in their own right, the way that they were constructed and the way that they were crafted, it is in their own right a masterpiece, because they are the biggest ceramic panels in the UK. And also this steel work that he created in the inside of the market, which is reminiscent of the woods and the moment when the market was built. So it's really interesting then to see the different approaches and how in the John Lewis warehouse they use half-shell formwork units. But then in the Queensgate Market Hall, the approach was very much like it was done in Texas. So it's 4 quadrants that would get together in order to cast the shell. And they were just lowered down with chain hoists and steel trolleys. Now, the interesting thing is that when the construction company was approached, they designed these units extremely heavy. Each one of them was 1.5 tons. And they deliberately kind of did that in order that when they were to be propped, by gravity, they would just, it would help for them to just be detached from the concrete. You can see here also in construction. Now again, so as Colin Pryor mentioned in his report to the Engineering Society, is that there were many other elements that they had to face. He mentioned that although you don't see quite a lot of people here at the top, but he said to me, I had 25 people on site working up and down when we were just pouring the concrete. So he said it was a really pioneering work at the time, even when it was not the first shell to be built in the UK, but it was still very pioneering in the UK. And he also mentioned all the factors that they had to take into account, particularly the weather. So how they had to get some heaters under the shelves so the concrete wouldn't freeze. So various different things that they had to use on site, and they were very specific to the context. Now, the structure has been threatened to be demolished. The first one was in 2003. Then another time in 2006. The first one was to be fully demolished. The second one was to be partially demolished. But then in 2005, it was awarded grade 2 listed. And then in 2007, it received the Concrete Society Certificate of Excellence. So, and I'm just showing this. It is an image of me with my students visiting the structure, trying to do a bit of awareness of the importance of these structures with the new generations, but also with my colleague and friend Chris Marsden, who was the person that in 2008 introduced to us this structure. And he actually he told me that he went to the ISS thanks to John when he showed him this structure. So it was the 40th anniversary in 2010, and for the 50th anniversary, we are working on a project which is about virtual heritage, and we have started scanning the shells. It is very challenging because in the inside they are full of services, but what we have done is the shells that are on the terrace are quite clean from any services. So it was it was much easier to scan these shells on the terrace and then be able to recreate the other parts of the shells as they are symmetrical. No. So it seems like I'm missing perhaps my last slide. But anyway, so this is what we're working at the moment. And yes, so we're hoping to have a full project in virtual heritage to be able to commemorate, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Queensgate Market Hall. Thank you.
I would like to ask our three speakers to please join the panel for questions.
I know Alberto Kalash is a very good architect. I'm really surprised that in his project he doesn't try to let Candela's work to remain in. It's a pity, really. Do you know something more about that?
Well, I know that Alberto Kalash is a very great architect. I admire Alberto Kalash's work. Also, Alberto Kalash designed some subway station in the decade of the 90s. But this project of San Lázaro is not of his best projects. I took those both images on Alberto Kalash's webpage. There is no more information, but you can see these images in Alberto Kalash's website.
Just a little question about the market in Huddersfield. I like the architecture very much and the structure. You showed the detail of the membrane in between the two shells. Have they been renewed at one point already? Are they still waterproof? Or did you look at that detail? I found it quite interesting about the flexibility and so on, but I can imagine that it's somehow breaking or leaking or whatever. Do you know about that?
I don't know specifically about that. I do know that it was a patent that was specifically done for the market, and I can't recall whether any of them have been. But I do know that they have been having problems of water. So you've got a very good point in there. I think that it's perhaps time for them to be replaced.
Yeah, I think details like that are lasting maybe maximum 20 years or whatever, and then because of UV rays and so on, they are going to be destroyed, and then they are starting leaking, because there's a East German structure called Raumerweiterungshalle, REH, and they have a similar flexible element in between elements, and it's always leaking, and it's never waterproof, never watertight.
No, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So yes, the last time I was there, they said that they do have a problem of leakage. So yeah, it is time to repair them. I mean, I know that it's not in the program of the group, of the research group, but more than welcome to organize a visit to the buildings if there is any interest.
Thank you.
I would have a question about what you mentioned of the reference of Fernand Aymon, and because I'm particularly interested also how knowledge transfer happens and how theories are built up and then implemented in architecture design. Could you maybe explain a bit more when this was derived, this theory, and what was the direct impact of that?
You mean the
theory in hyper by Aymon that you
Yes.
mentioned.
So, I mean, we know that Candela spoke French. And so when he was doing his degree of architecture, he encountered this paper. I mean, as Dino mentioned earlier, he was very much interested in furthering his studies on shell structures. So during his research, he encountered this paper and he kept it with him. And then it was until he arrived in Mexico. I think he didn't bring it with him, but it was, I think it was the Nabor Carrillo, and he was giving a lot of impulse to the libraries in Mexico. So he said that when he met him, he was able to access quite a lot of papers, research papers that he had dreamed of. So that is the connection in there. And when he was in Mexico, and I always say, I mean, this is invite you to read my article because I speak quite a lot about his 10 years in Mexico are so important. The time when he was not doing shell structures, the time when he was preparing himself is what the Greeks call the theoretikos bios, which is when you kind of become introverted in order to then be extroverted. So throughout these 10 years, he starts experimenting and he starts researching even more. So the fact that he was doing buildings that were just for living, that was just the front face. But in the background, he was always doing that research.
So could you say again the years, more or less, to have it in mind? These 10 years that
well,
he
it was
studied?
19. He arrived in Mexico in 1939, and he started doing his experimental shells. The most important ones, 1950s. So it's around those 10 years. And in fact, his very first publication was on the potential of umbrella structures or hyperbolic paraboloid structures for industry. That was his very first publication in 1951.
I would just have a question, which is heading in the same direction. When he said his experiments were conducted during the 1950s, was it always the one-to-one scale, or was it a strategy for him to test small-scale models and then go into one-on-one scale?
Well, you will help me on this, but as far as I know, or what I have seen, is one-to-one. I mean, I gave a lecture last week at Liverpool, and I said to the students, when the very famous experimental shell where he is with his builders, I said how confident he was that it was a sturdy structure, that he asked his builders to stand on them. Because as far as we know, they were always one-to-one.
This is a question for Matthias. It was very interesting the moment when Isler realizes these big oculus and suddenly don't have a way to cover them. And then he has to come up with this idea of the skylights by himself and then experiment with them and patent them, sell them. Did he do any experimentation after that in terms of plastics or other materials for his shells, or that stopped there?
No, that actually started there, and they pursued that over the next decades. It's actually a very nice strand of research because it hasn't been too overly explored yet. And I mean, there's even houses made of glass fiber, or I mean, there's all sorts of different activities.
By himself or some other people?
By himself, but also in collaboration with architects, like modular houses, for instance, like consisting of tubes made of GRP, or also huge skylights, for instance, for factories at the Rhine River, at Schaffhausen. I mean, there's many different applications, also really for vast skylights. I mean, measuring sometimes up to, well, at least 12 meters diameter. There's one church like with a conical shape, and then there's like a huge skylight on top. So he's been quite inventive, and yeah, that actually started there.
I would love to see that. Thank you.
A question to Matthias, and a comment to the point leakage and so on. I remember the time when I was visiting Isler in 2006. he went up with us, with me and two editors of the Swiss magazine Tech 21, up to one of these roofs nearby Burgdorf. And he was very proud to show us that his roofs didn't need any, membranes on top. They have been, over decades, just the concrete surface, and this concrete surface is dense enough to have no leakages. I think it's very important. It's one very important item on all his shells, on this type of shells of him.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, for sure. I mean, this has also been an important economic factor because he didn't have to provide any waterproofing barrier at the top of the shells, right? Because everything is under compression, hence there's no formation of cracks. And I think you've been referring to his office structure in Lüsachshachen, where you have a flat roof.
Not his office structure. He went a short away from his office towards a industrial building. I don't know the name of that. With rooftops without daylight tops.
Well, because like in the case of his office, I mean, it's like a flat roof which is pre-stressed. So you also have no cracks, and there was also no water barrier, which you would otherwise expect, of course. And in the case of the domes or of the pneumatic shells, I mean, it's always just like the bare concrete on top without anything else. I mean, sometimes people like to paint it, as in the case of Blaser, because it was part of their corporate identity. But in most cases, it's just like the bare concrete without anything, and it worked. I mean, there's no leakage at all. I mean, we don't know of any incidents where there was leakage. I mean, all the clients are actually quite happy.
It's important to mention
that
it works.
Yeah, no, definitely. Thanks for mentioning it.
Okay, if not, there are any...
Maybe one more comment, like referring to what Catherine... Where's Catherine? Oh, she left already, okay. Our moderator. No, because like her introductory line was, I mean, she mentioned all these structural monuments in danger. And perhaps it would be one great outcome of this symposium if we came up with a concerted effort to safeguard the High Life Factory that everybody of us was very, well, fell basically in love with, right? And if we came up with some sort of initiative, perhaps partly communal, partly international, maybe then that would be a great outcome of these 5 days.
Yes, I think, and as I mentioned earlier, and particularly from Candela's work, yes, his churches are one of the most known works, but if we take into account that almost 98% of the work was for industrial purposes, then I think, for instance, the High Life Factory is an icon of that, and that should be preserved, because otherwise it's going to happen exactly as what happened with the Jamaica market, which it was still standing, but the government or the borough had been having plans to get rid of it. So then it was just the earthquake was the perfect excuse to get rid of it. So we should not wait for another earthquake, they are quite common in Mexico, to perhaps people get rid of the factory. So yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Matthias. We need to have a joint effort, a strategy somehow to be able to address this. I completely agree. And yes, well, Tanya, we're jumping into your territory. I know you're going to talk about this tomorrow. So yes, and I mean, I think in the case, for instance, of the market in Huddersfield, which has been threatened to be either fully or partially demolished is that it has been a combined effort from the community, from the vendors of the market, and also from the international community of experts. I think what Chris Marsden did in 2008 raised an awareness, and so it was a combined effort. So bottom up and up bottom approach. So I think it needs to be tackled from various different points to be able to survive it. Yeah.
Before close this round table, I want to ask Eduardo if we are sure that Metro Shells is the last shells built by Candela. Do you know if is it?
I think that Candela built those stations at the same time he was building the Sport Palace in 1968. The original project was to have the first metro line during the Summer Olympics, but the engineers preferred to inaugurate that line the next year. So I think that Candela built the Sport Palace at the same time as he was building metro stations. But I don't know, in 1970, 1971, there are no more Candela structures. The one that built the next structure was Juan Antonio Tonda. Juan Antonio Tonda built the bolts of the Bacardi factory in 1972. Candela was no longer in Mexico. Juan Antonio Tonda also built in the decade of the 70s a church in Guerrero. What is the name of the town? Tecpan de Galeana. The project was of the 60s, but Juan Antonio Tonda built that church in the 70s. All the structures of the early 70s are project of Juan Antonio Tonda, of also a project of José Luis Rincón, or also a project of Alberto González Pozo. But Candela did not build any more shells until 1970. No? So I think that metro stations are the last ones that were inaugurated, but they were built in 1968. Yeah, I showed them all. 4 stations. The San Lázaro, the one that is damaged, but it's not damaged, it's in bad conditions. San Lázaro, Candelaria, that for me is one of the best Candela designs. Merced, that goes under the Merced market. And Metro Valderas. Metro Valderas is a tiny structure. It's a very interesting structure, but you cannot see from the streets. You must go inside. In plan is a square of 18 meters per edge. There are four stations. Yeah.
Okay, there's no more questions or comments.